vice chancellors, the pioneer staffs of the university, for taking the university to where we are today. Our is to build on those ones and see that we get the university to the promised land. And at that time, I promised the university that I'm going to achieve this strategic vision with the implementation of these pillars: academic excellence. We can't achieve anything without that first pillar, because what we are selling here is just service. It's not the building that make up the academics. You are the one. We also want to look at the full capacity. If we don't take now and be able to build those people that are going to take over from us tomorrow, then we don't really have future. And that is why we believe there are some things that we need to know and will continue to shape our understanding, our behaviors, and the way we relate in the university community. So we have academic excellence. The second one is our impact and translational research. And so when they are mentioning names to you, you see that these are the people that are also seeing it in terms of research and academic excellence. We talk about university administration. We also talk about our own welfare. We talk about entrepreneurship, linkage, and partnership. And of course, we also need to improve as well as sustain the funding that we have. When I became the vice chancellor, the funding profile of the university was nothing to write home about. But today, we thank God that we are able to take it to a level, although it cannot more sustain us the way we want to have been, because now we will need 1.7 billion naira to be able to sustain ourselves on a yearly basis. But in addition to what we have, but we are able to raise the fund of the university to the minimum of 10 billion naira in a year. Now, in achieving this objective, these are the things I say I will do. The first one is to sustain and maintain the high level of academic excellence. And the university is already known for some of these, and we also need to improve on it. How do we do that? And that's what we are doing today. Staff training on the usage of learner and learner-friendly platforms. And so you see that we concentrate more on the current things that you need to know. You know, Yoruba used to say, if we want to give you the clothes, they will check the one you are wearing. And we also look around. We don't want to say that you are not good at all. We still find that even some of you that are supposed to be participants, we pick one out of you to show that we are in tune with what you are also doing, to also give one of the lectures today. We also believe that we need to give support to some of our other careers that don't really have PhD. And so we are also working assiduously to part of what we are going to do today is to teach us some of those things that also enhance your academic excellence so that you can also attain your PhD as quickly as possible. Again, we also believe that despite the fact that to foreign hard PhD, there are some things that might be lacking in terms of how to carry out your research, and some of those things will also be highlighted today for you to know and be able to do well. We believe there's need for us to continue to have curriculum review and develop new programs. We can only do that if we know the rudiments of academics. If we know how we get to where we are, that's the only way we can develop new curriculum. Those that have been developing it did not take it from heaven. They were taught. And so when you see what is going on, at the end of the lecture, you can also come up with some of the ideas and what we need to do to be better than where we are now. And so we are going to also enhance our quality assurance, and that is why we are saying the quality assurance man here, Professor Efegbeso. Although those that they mentioned today, the thing is not heading today, we've divided all the topics such a way that is going to cover the two areas that I mentioned earlier, which has to do with academic excellence and the research methodology. So today, we are going to be discussing academic culture and professional ethics, because I discovered that is the fundamental issue that we are having in this university now. We fail to realize that there's a difference between fighting for your freedom, academic freedom, and therefore you have equal rights in the departmental board meeting. Yes. And so you talk rudely to the professors in the meeting. There's no respect. Those academic values is getting fade away gradually. And so that's why I carefully chosen the person that's going to talk about it. Because some of you continue to say that is what we are taught in ASU. We all ASU members. I'm also former ASU chairman. And so I decided to go and look for Professor Oguyemi, who will be chairman, who will be president of ASU, to come and talk about academic culture and professional ethics. So you also see yourself, whether it is true, either you are misleading by some people, or maybe it's you that misconstrue that academic freedom that we used to say. You listen to that today. The second aspect is that we also believe that most of the papers that we write, you have issues. I will start complaining at the end of the day. They reject my papers. I've wasted my money. I've done all this, and yet there's no value. So we are bringing one of them to also talk about the methodology. And then when you go to a class, we see that some of us still have the habit of reading to the students as if you are dictating notes. We believe that, yes, you have a PhD. We believe that, yes, you are competent enough. You have the expertise that we are talking about, but can you deliver it? So there's a difference between having the knowledge and how to deliver the lecture. So we are bringing one of those people that are experienced in that area to also teach us. And that is why we are talking about methodology, so innovative pedagogy in higher education. So that at the end of the day, you can deliver what you have very well, so that the students themselves will also understand you. All of you can be on the same page. Not that when you are dictating, say, comma, have you put comma there? Full stop. Then you continue. We don't do that kind of thing in this kind of era again. And then we also want to talk about the effective use of technology in teaching. By Thursday, we'll be discussing the AI policy of this university. I've asked the registrar to send it to all the Senate members, so that we also need to talk about the policy that guide our AI usage in this university. But the question is this: do we even know how to use the technology to search whatever you want to search for, to also teach, So we believe that the younger ones knows how to do it better than the older career people. And that is why we are taking Dr. Oruriola, who has also won a grant in the use of AI to even teach at secondary school level across Nigeria. And Google awarded that grant for the two of them, Dr. Oruriola and Dr. Folosho. My dear colleagues, we also promise that we are going to have high impact translation research. And in doing that, we need to teach ourselves. Because we discovered that the number of people that have been winning grants are few. So we introduce certain aspects of it that we need to start doing faculty research week. And this year you are going to compete, starting from the department, the faculty, multidisciplinary approach to research. And then we are going to come together in June. All May will be for those areas. And then June, when we come together, we'll be able to pick the best, and those best from each faculty are going to compete. And we are going to give the best an award this year. So we are asking the Director of Research, Professor Richard Aborishade, to talk about the research, innovation, and partnership. Of course, health is wealth, but I discovered that most of our time, we don't manage our health very well. We don't manage our time. And most of the things that people want to supposed to use your time for, so exactly what you are doing. You put your hand in so many risks. Some of you are doing adjunct in 3 or 4 places, even as a senior lecturer. You leave here and go to Ilorin, go to Lagos. I don't know what you are looking for at that level. And at the end of the day, you come back, you say you are sick. You know. So we ask the Dean of Clinical to talk about managing risk and wellness for academics. And of course, for today, we are asking Professor Hashidi to talk about grant writing and grantmanship in interdisciplinary approach. So, and that is what we are going to do today. We are not going to load you. It's only 6 lectures that are going to take, and just 30 minutes each. So that in 3 hours, we'll be done. So that we can give room for questions and answers for you to during the period. For tomorrow, we are talking about academic mentorship, the goals and implementation. We are bringing one of our emeritus professors who have seen it all when they were here. So we are calling Emeritus Professor Adetola Olatuji to come and give that lecture. And then Professor Babaride will be given teaching the 21st century skills in the university. And then Professor Ifebeson will also be taking quality assurance in the university system. We also have Dr. Sekinat Folosho, who will come and give a practical aspect of AI and digital community. As we speak, 6 universities are coming together to bid for the bridge project of the Federal Ministry of Digital Economy, OOU, FUNAB, Afe Babalola, UNN, UNIJOS, and BUK. ABU. The 6 of us are coming to, we've already submitted of expression on AI and digital economy for the country. And so Dr. Folosho is the one representing us on that platform. and is one of the best hundreds researchers in Nigeria, both home and abroad, on AI. So she will be taking AI and digital community. And then Dr. Semiu Bello will also be talking about the attitude and relationship as strategic tools for APAT. I believe when we do all this, at least that's for one of the things that we need to do, is to continue to engage ourselves for the development. It's intentional that we actually employ 160 last year, so that since that time we begin to give series of engagements and lectures so that we can carry them along as they're coming in. And as a senior lecturer, that is where the career development, career position starts in the university. They look up to you. Some of you are head of department, but we also need to do it right. So that in the next 5 years, we want to see a university that is truly the one we want. And God will help us to achieve so. And thank you for listening while I allow the presenters to go ahead. I will also sit down here and listen to all of them. I also want to learn. Everybody wants to learn. Abi? So I will only excuse the bursar because all of you want to earn your salary. So that before you leave here, the alert of April should be, you should be checking it to be bursar to leave so that you can go and find all the things that has to do that will make the salary to come out today. So it's for him to then implement it now. I will also allow the former registrar that is active for registrar to also leave. The registrar is actually in Kano with the pro-chancellor attending a conference. And then the remaining of them, I am not likely to release them. Including the Danes, I'm not likely to release any of them. Because they are the ones to implement it. They must also see what they are going to implement. Thank you very much for listening.
I thought we can do more. Can we appreciate the Vice Chancellor for that very detailed presentation? We appreciate you, sir. Those of us at the rear seats there, can you move to the front seat? Please come to the front seat. The instruction is nobody should be found on the red chamber seat there. Let's come to the front seat so that we engage the front seat here. We want it to be more camera friendly. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice Chancellor, other distinguished members at the high table, our distinguished deans here present, the directors, distinguished professors, head of departments, other distinguished members of the academic community, please join me in welcoming to the podium our distinguished professor, who is one of the presenters of today. The first presenter for today, a distinguished professor from Faculty of Education with great erudition in curriculum studies. Thank you very much. In initial humble way, the Vice Chancellor and other distinguished members of the high table are moving to be part of the distinguished learners of today. Can we appreciate them? I therefore say the honor and privilege to invite our distinguished resource persons today, starting from Professor Biodun Ogunyemi, please come to the high table. Professor Taiwo Edun, please come to the high table. Dr. Oluriola, please come to the high table. Professor Richard Aborishade, you have to come to the high table. And of course, Professor Tinuade Ogunlesi, you have to remain at the high table, sir. Then Professor Joseph Ashidi, you have to come to the high table. Thank you very much. Without wasting time now, let me now invite our distinguished professor from Faculty of Education, a great professor with great erudition in curriculum studies, social sciences, and citizenship education. Join me in welcoming to the podium Professor Biodun Ogunyemi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate him? Of course, he's presenting on his paper on academic culture and professional ethics. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. While we are expecting the distinguished professor for his presentation this morning for the next 30 minutes, I want us to make sure our names are on the list that is to be circulated with our university-based email addresses. Of course, this is to assist us in making sure that certificate of participation is presented to every participant at the end of the program. Can we appreciate the management for this? Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Well, we have Doctor of Ceremony here. Thank you, Doctor of Ceremony. My distinguished VC, distinguished DVC, eminent deans and provosts, resource persons, and our dear colleagues in the house. Good afternoon. I want to thank the university through the Vice Chancellor for this opportunity. This is something that has been missing for some time in our system. Yes, it is one of the greatest sources of worries in the university system. And we shall soon see why. I was told I have 30 minutes. I have a few slides to share. As much as possible, I'll try to be fast. Maybe I'll be making cross-references as I go on. I've been asked to speak on academic culture and professional ethics. The Vice Chancellor actually touched on that sensitive subject when he said we are looking for a world-class university in our university. For those who have moved around the Nigerian university system, public, private, you will have seen that we have so many challenges that actually threaten the achievement or attainment of that goal. So academic culture and professional ethics, they are the defining elements of the best university life. If you go into a university either as a student or a worker, and you actually want to say your university is among the best, you must have these two critical elements working for the system. They are critical determinants of the quality, credibility, and global competitiveness of higher education system. Universities are critical to national development, and where we don't have acceptable academic culture, or we have unethical practices which demean or undermine university culture, we cannot make our contribution either in the area of knowledge production or human capital development or research and innovation. The effectiveness of universities therefore depends largely on their institutional culture and adherence to professional ethics. We will soon see why this is so. Concerns about Nigerian university system, as I mentioned earlier, they have been widely reported, and they border on these two elements. What is happening to our university culture? And what are the unethical practices that undermine our university culture? In this presentation, I will talk about, briefly, of course, concept of university culture, evolution of university culture in Nigeria, professional ethics in their various dimensions, policy frameworks, the challenges associated with university ethics or university culture and professional ethics in the universities. Then, what can we recommend with our conclusion? We know, especially those who are in sociology, that each time we mention culture, we talk of the total ways of life of individuals and groups. And university culture is not too far from that definition. We are talking of shared values. We are talking of norms. We are talking of practices. The way of life of academics, students, administrators, and other stakeholders as formed and shaped by institutions, rules, and laws over time. Yes, university culture will evolve over time, and we will soon see the phases in the evolution of university culture in Nigeria shortly. So we have four critical elements that I've highlighted here. Academic traditions. You see, the process that lead, or the processes that lead to graduation, they are the art of academic culture. When we graduate our students based on character and learning. So, which means character and learning are central to university culture. Institutional values, what do we cherish? Universities, we pride ourselves as a bastion of knowledge. We see ourselves as the custodians of knowledge that have been documented over time and which we are refining. We pride ourselves as innovators, as those who lead the way. Of course, there are behavioral expectations. I actually illustrated that aspect of behavioral expectations, including our thinking, our mood, our perception, our thought, our logic, our feeling, and so on and so forth. Empathy and social relationship, those things we now call soft skills. They are part of what we are talking about. All of these put together, they shape teaching, research, community services, governance, and student engagement. So in other words, our university culture will shape what we are supposed to do in the university. Because over time, we have built what we can call clusters of practices, clusters of values that we hold in high esteem. Now, evolution in Nigeria. We can broadly classify the evolution of university culture in Nigeria into four phases. We have the colonial stage, University of Ibadan, established as University College London in 1948. So that was pre-independence. Our university culture was modeled after British universities, and there was a strong emphasis on discipline and scholarship. Post-independence, expansion. 4 universities or so were established between 1961 and 1962. University of Lagos, University of now Obafemi Awolowo University, Ahmadu Bello University, University of Nigeria Nsukka. Those universities, their establishment marked the face of those we call first generation universities in post-independence era. But since then, we have witnessed growth of indigenous institutions, and we have seen the rise of intellectual activism. Our VC was alluding to the role of ASU. I will not talk as an ASU man here, but I'm his employee, so let me talk as an employee. But I can draw from the experiences of the assignments they gave me while I was serving in some capacities with the union. What we are saying in essence is this: at the point intellectual activism started, engaging authorities in universities, authorities outside the universities, what we were asking for then was like asking for university autonomy and academic freedom in order to evolve or develop what will be indigenous to us. We saw colonial education as education for subjugation, education for suppression, and education for the development of underdevelopment. Those who brought education here, they didn't educate us because they love us. They wanted to orientate us to act as their slaves, or in glorious terms, to serve as their servant. But with the expansion of the 80s, we started to witness decline. And well, between 1980s and 90s, we had what we call economic crisis and underfunding. Of course, that was the stage ASU became more active. That was the stage ASU said, well, you cannot underfund our universities and expect us to excel, to contribute meaningfully to knowledge production, and to compete globally as an academic institution. Now, so when government was not responding, what did we have? Brain drain. Now we talk of JAPA. So people started to leave universities. I want to say that probably until late 1980s, or maybe early 90s, only the best were attracted to the universities. In our university here, you must be the best in your department or your faculty. You must be outstanding before you are brought into the system. That was the rule then. It was part of our academic tradition. But with the expansion in programs, expansion in student population, especially now that our visitors say we are generating X amount. But how much is coming from the government? And that has put pressure on the system, individually and collectively. Of course, we are trying to mitigate. However, as long as you are here, we must develop our coping mechanisms. And that is what we have been doing. So brain drain is still happening to us. It's difficult to attract the best now because the industries are looking for the best. Universities outside Nigeria are looking for the best. So what does that tell us? I'll come back to that shortly. Contemporary phase. This is the era of rapid expansion and privatization. I think we have more private universities in Nigeria now than public universities. Are we aware? I think we have about 240, 50 universities. Public universities, they are less than half. So in other words, they have 2/3 in terms of number. Public universities have 1/3. But look at it this way. The number of students in public universities far, far outnumber those in private universities. Why? Affordability. So we have seen rapid expansion and privatization, and that has come with its own challenges, increased ethical challenges. You see, I said it's difficult to attract the best. So those who are marginal, they come into the system. Those who look for job in the private sector, blue chip economy, industries, where they could start with them close to 1 million. Eventually, after searching, well, let me go and start from the universities. And so many of them end up in that system. But they are not totally irredeemable. So, increase on ethical challenges. Well, professional ethics, I will define it as standard way of behavior and practice acceptable within an organization and a profession. Academics, once you are a lecturer in university, you have joined a profession called academic profession. As a member of that profession, we have our standard practice. Let me make another example of what we have in NASU. The Constitution of ASU has what we call it Constitution and Code of Ethics. Code of Practice, rather. So, if you are a member of ASU, we have our Code of Ethics. If you are working in a system too, we have the Code of Ethics. I know we have in this university as well. So, standard way of behavior and the practices that are acceptable. What are the core principles? Integrity. How do I define integrity? I will say, what do people say about you when you are not there? That guy, he will chase anything in his skirt. That lady, she will do anything for money. And so on and so forth. Sometimes, especially when it comes to a realm like this, perception could be reality. Accountability. To what extent can you justify your actions or inactions whenever required to do so? When we say we hold you accountable, this VC you see here, it will just be taking note. At the appropriate time, you'll be held accountable. Pray you don't run foul of the system. Transparency. How open are you in your personal and public dealings? Some lecturers, they will ask students to line up and they'll be coming one by one to submit assignment. They will close door. Don't ask me what they say or what they do. Are you transparent? You've graded scripts. They say, go and look at their script again. Will you confidently present your scripts? Transparency. Your marking scheme, can it match your grading system? Objectivity. Are you fair and just to all concerned? You could have a cousin. You could have a nephew. You could have a niece in the system. If that person happens to be in your class, will you use the same metrics to measure their performance with other students? Now, respect for intellectual property. I'm sure, I'm happy there will be a presentation on that. But what you call knowledge theft, you wanted to write a paper. In your search, or while you are surfing the net, you saw something that looks exactly like it. Some people will just grab the tables and they will appropriate the tables and they will manipulate the data. You see, the first rule in your research is that you are doing, is the trust. Trust. If you remove element of trust from what you are doing, you are a failure in the system. People go out to collect data. I tell my PhD student, I may not follow you to the field, but if you manipulate your data, the day your falsehood is unraveled, that is the way you finish yourself. That's the day you finish yourself. So, intellectual property, can you stand the test of proper scrutiny against intellectual theft, plagiarism, and so on? Now, there are policy frameworks. There are policy frameworks that could guide you in learning more about what we call professional ethics. NUC, as the regulator, has its own broad frameworks for relating with universities, for specifying what universities should do, and by implication, what we who work in the universities, what we should also do. Then there is one important policy that perhaps many of us are not aware of. You will have heard that ICPC has been trying some academics. That policy that informed their action was developed by ICPC in August 2020. That policy is called National Ethics and Integrity Policy. That is why ICPC focuses more on the universities, unlike EFCC. And you can see that I will cite some examples of cases where ICPC had to try senior university academics. They used this policy guideline. And so it is very important. And you know the risk there. One or two of our colleagues that I know of, what I were tried, the university were not even aware. The petitions came from outside. You have sexually harassed students. The students are highly connected. In the process, the parents took up the case. And you find yourself before ICPC. You'll be tried within the framework of this policy. Then institutional code earlier, every university in Nigeria has its own code of ethics. Here you will have seen our rules, our sanctions. And I'm sure if you don't have them by now, the university will share it with you. The document with you. When we came into the university, where I came 88, I know Professor Lubomei came 87, or was it 82? But the truth, what I'm saying is that until the early 90s, we used to have something we call Green Book. That Green Book, as you are given, you will go to the office of the registrar to sign for it. They will tell you, read it carefully. It's like giving you what they will call your judgment book, that you will be judged against this book we are giving you for every action, including those ones we are talking about. Now, these frameworks, as I've highlighted them, these frameworks, they are there. And we have them, we have the one that applies to us directly in OOU. And I've said, pray that you don't run foul. What are the challenges? The challenges of unethical practices, they are broad and they are many. But we can broadly classify them into exam malpractices. We can classify them as corruption. We can classify them as harassment. Please don't misquote me. Both male and female students can be harassed. Male students have been harassed. We have had instances like that. But the essence of the picture you see here, the students are cheerful, they are happy. It presupposes that they are enjoying their university life. But where they experience any of this, when I say corruption, I don't mean stealing university money. I've had a colleague, I won't say whether here or elsewhere, who will say, after downloading materials from internet, please don't go and collect Owó. You see, plagiarized material you are selling as handouts, and you are collecting money from students. In this place, if you write your book, if you are confident enough to write your book, there is a platform for you to market your book, which is endorsed by the university, and that is the university bookshop. So, corruption, exam malpractice is common. Well, you are an exam officer, you leak the exam, you caught students in the exam hall, then you start bo. You tear the paper. You are as guilty as students that you caught. So you cannot escape. Harassment comes in various shapes. But let me quickly illustrate with some cases that have been reported. Now, some cases that have been reported around professional misconduct in Nigerian universities between 2021 and 2025. In 2021, maybe some of us will remember the case of lecturers that were dismissed at OAU for sexual harassment. There was a case of a professor. Do we remember? There was a lady called Monica. And that Monica, as president of ASU, when they were preparing the bill to handle sexual harassment in Nigerian universities, I had to face her face to face at the National Assembly. They brought her to come and testify. And what they were calling us then, which I rebuffed and I resisted very strongly, they were talking of sexual predators. They were calling me lecturers sexual predators. It was demeaning. But they found that example of that professor as the peak of abuse of power, abuse of privilege. Your students are not, they are not your gifts, they are not, what do they call it? They are not free gifts for you. We have the case, Oyekiti, 2021. We had another case, University of Port Harcourt, 2021 as well. University of Abuja, 4 lecturers were dismissed for misconduct. Abros Ali, University of Poma, 2023. University of Calabar. The case of the Dean of Law, University of Calabar, is still ongoing. Are we aware? The Dean of Law harassing undergraduate students. Can you imagine? But that man did not start that day, did he? He must have been doing it when probably he was assistant lecturer or lecturer 2. University of Lagos. You remember the one that was reported in BBC and so on. Taishola University. That lecturer, our neighbor in our neighborhood here, was tried by ICPC. That man, when they had a college of education, he was a chief lecturer, equivalent, almost equivalent of a professor. We had cases in Lokoja, lecturers dismissed for sexual harassment and exam misconduct. Abia State University suspended for harassment. This Abia State University, the way they organized it, they actually called the lecturer pants down. Yes, and he was displayed in the media. It's not a secret thing, and that is why we need to be careful. Sostec, that's a new university. We had cases there. 3 lecturers dismissed for sexual harassment. But Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi. I've provided references for this thing because they are not my, I didn't originate them. They have their sources. But what do we gain from this knowledge and reports? 1, the scale of misconduct, where you have over 50 lecturers dismissed or suspended between 2021 and 2025 for sexual harassment, exam malpractice, and corruption. We should be worried. When you talk about exam malpractices, we have them. ICPC. Most cases surfaced after student petitions. Please, let's note this. Students now, they have body cameras. Body cameras. Have you heard of that? There are students who are so privileged that their parents can afford to give them body cameras. And that is why you will see viral video. Before you know it, your matter can be on the social media. What does that tell you? The end has come. Apart from disciplinary panels, those are also the evidence that will be placed before. I served on the University Professional Ethics Committee for 6 years under Professor Balogun. So, evidence that will be amassed before you, once they are incontrovertible, just know that, in fact, before they try you, just resign and go. So, but even at these, cases are underreported. We don't really have the full report. Now, people are saying we have legislative gap. Nigeria Senate passed that bill, the bill I mentioned, 2021, where they prescribed 21 jail term for lecturers guilty of sexual exploitation. Please, don't let this law be tested with you. If you go around and, you know, the Inspector General of Police is from Lagos State now. You never know whether the relation could be no or you. So, God help you, God help us. Surveys show that 70% of cases of sexual harassment are against female students. Institutional accountability, universities are increasingly acting. Universities are not leaving things to lie fallow again because of their image, because of their reputation, because of their global visibility. So disciplinary measures are being applied and promptly in Unilag now. I was there recently. Once there is a case, once there is allegation against you, the first thing, you are suspended. Once they see what they call prima facie evidence, you are suspended, whether guilty or not guilty. You know what that means? What are the implications? Erosion of academic integrity. People say, I know in one university, I won't say it's here or elsewhere, a female student was abroad and was given a certificate for 2-1. How do we explain that? So if that should come out, will anybody respect certificate coming from that university? Loss of public trust. Public trust. Where cases of harassment, for instance, become rampant, you can be sure that enrollment in that university will start to decline. Decline in quality of education. If it is cash and carry, if your grade is for the highest bidder, then you are not helping our quality. So quality assurance, there's work for you. Gender inequality, sexual harassment discourages female participation and advancement. I've seen students who say they cannot go alone to see their lecturers. So where that happens, how do you expect that student, even after graduation, to be able to relate freely with a male boss? Weak governance, nepotism, favoritism, reduced transparency and accountability. The moment you start saying my cousin can afford not to come to my class because I understand the situation, people will begin to look at you. Do you deserve our respect as lecturer? So, by way of conclusion, university culture and professional ethics are essential for sustainable development in Nigeria. Strengthening policies, enforcement, and institutional values will restore credibility and global relevance. But before I go, let me speak to this, that because of the audience, our target audience here, you know, I've said we have brought into the system perhaps people who did not initially or ab initio wanted to be lecturers. What do? We can't send them out. And that is why I thank this university for providing this opportunity. What we actually need to do, and that is where the challenge is, capacity building, development. So, when I say development here, I'm talking of knowledge, in building your knowledge. You can build your knowledge. There are people who started slowly. There are people who had 2-2 in university, and they became professors before those who had first class, that they were age mates. Even third class. It's about what they do with themselves and the opportunities they had. Then, workshop. There are opportunities out there that you need to look for. You need to look for opportunities so that you can develop what our VC talked about. He was actually speaking like an educationist. Knowledge, values, skills. Those are the core things we promote in education. At whatever level. I'm rounding up. Don't worry. So, training, continuous training, seminars, skill development, learning. When I say learning here, lifelong learning. If you limit yourself to what you are taught as undergraduate to teach your students, then you don't deserve to be in this system. And I think that was the essence of our DVC submission earlier today. Lifelong learning. Opportunities are there. I mean, when we were in school, we didn't have AI. In fact, in our PhD class, we are moving from one university to the other to gather literature. But today, in the comfort of your room, you can write a 1,000-page book. If you know how to solve the net, and you can apply AI correctly. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate the last presenter? Thank you very much. That's a group presentation from Professor Biodun Ogunyemi on academic culture and professional ethics. That means for you to have business in the business of academic, you must make sure that academic culture and professional ethics are prioritized in your daily activity. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together once again for him? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for me to equally invite our distinguished Professor of Sociology of Education, former Dean, Faculty of Education, Professor Taiwo Edun, to make his presentation on methodologies / innovative pedagogy in higher education. Please join me in welcoming to the podium this distinguished Professor of Sociology of Education. Thank you very much.
The Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Provosts and Deans are present, professors, members of the high table, and colleagues generally. Well, I have 30 minutes to present this paper, so I will just go to the essentials. I think when the slides are sent to members, they will be able to go through. And if there are issues, they can always contact me for us to resolve such issues and talk about them. But to guide us to where we have to put our mind, what are the expected learning outcomes? What should you take away from this presentation? First of all is to be able to define teaching, and we should be able to interpret the 3 criteria for teaching. As we are all teachers, we should understand the nitty-gritty of our calling. Then we look at university teaching qualification in the West compared to what it is in Nigeria. Then we identify the strengths and weaknesses of the 3 broad categories of teaching strategies. What are the broad categories of teaching strategies? What are their strengths and weaknesses? And what can we lash on? And then, this is essential, we must be able to recognize the indispensability of the lecture method at the tertiary education level. And then we analyze the tenets of a dynamic lecture. We cannot run away from lecturing in the university or any higher institution for that matter. If we follow the tenets properly, we can get good results from lecture. And then we should be able to present a step-by-step description and evaluation of the structure of in-class activities for incorporating interactive strategies into the lecture method. Even while using the lecture method, one of the strengths of the lecture method is that it can accommodate a lot of other strategies within its process. How can we ensure that we bring in as much as possible to ensure that our lectures are impactful? So we start from teaching. I've said here that teaching is a deliberate and planned process of transmitting and facilitating the acquisition of knowledge, skills, values, and competencies to make the recipients useful to themselves and the society. Teaching is about transmitting knowledge, skills, and values, and also facilitating the acquisition. It is not enough to transmit. A teacher must also be interested in ensuring that what is transmitted is acquired, is absorbed by the recipients. So a teacher should also be interested in ensuring that the students learn what has been transmitted to them. And the goal of teaching should make the recipient better and also the society better. So this should be the justification for any teaching endeavor. When you are teaching students, it should be at the back of your mind that this information I'm putting across, in what way can it make the recipient better? And in what way can it make the society at large better for it? And I said that teaching and learning are reciprocal activities. That is, teaching and learning are reciprocal to the extent that a teacher has not taught if students have not learned. So if you have gone to class and say you have taught and students have not learned, you have just gone there to make noise. So teaching must produce learning. If your teaching in the class does not produce learning, you have only gone there to make noise. And the ability to transfer knowledge to the recipients and to determine how much the recipients have learned requires specialized skills. Teaching is a profession, and every profession has some level of esoteric knowledge and skills. Now, these skills cannot be got in the textbook, and that's why they are called hands-on skills. Just like you cannot read, if you read all the textbooks on surgery in the world, it does not make you a surgeon. The skills have to be handed over to you. In the same way, you cannot be an engineer because you have read all the engineering books, and then you go to America to go and construct bridge. No. You need the content, which is the knowledge. Then you need the skills to be handed over, and that's why they are called hands-on skills. In the same vein, teaching has skills that are supposed to be handed over, and that is why everyone who wants to be a teacher requires some training, some pedagogical skills, which have to be handed over by professionals in the field. And I've said here that anybody who transmits knowledge at any level at all, whether it's pre-primary, primary, secondary, or tertiary, is a teacher. And therefore, at the university level, once you have been given the assignment of transmitting knowledge and facilitating learning, you are a teacher. Lecturing is not a profession. It is the name of one of the teaching strategies. University teachers are called lecturers because lecturing is the most frequently used strategy. Because in the university system, lecturing is the most frequently used strategy, and that's why they are called lecturers. Primary school teachers can also be called lecturers because they also lecture. Lecture method is used even in primary school and in secondary school. And therefore, our primary name is teacher and not lecturer. Lecturer is just one of the strategies that we use. So it's better to say I have a class rather than saying I have a lecture, because you can go to the class and do some other things other than lecturing. And therefore, you go to class to teach and not to lecture. But you can find the lecture method useful in your classroom interaction. Now, I want to look at the criteria of learning, or the three criteria of education as given by R.S. Peters. Now, R.S. Peters has said that for us to determine that teaching and learning are taking place, three criteria must be met. One, education must imply the transmission of what is worthwhile to those who are committed to it. There's a sense of worthwhileness in education. If you said you have taught somebody, it means that you have transferred what is worthwhile, what can make that person better. And that is what John Dewey calls good growth. Education must promote good growth. That is the betterment of the individual and the society at large. Two, education must involve knowledge and understanding. You see, it is important here that when you teach somebody, it's not only that you are transmitting that knowledge, there must be some level of understanding. That individual must understand why he's learning that thing. And he must be able to digest the content. And it must involve some cognitive perspective, which is not innate. Inertia is a state of passivity. And therefore, when we say the cognitive perspective must not be innate, it means that teaching implies that the recipient must be actively involved in the process. So if you are teaching students and they are not involved in the process, then actual teaching and learning has not taken place. And three, that education rules have some procedures of transmission on the grounds that they lack wittiness and voluntariness. Wittiness is fun. That is, teaching and learning must involve some fun, love, and interest. So it is incumbent on the teacher to ensure that whatever is transmitting is interesting to that child. So you must employ the necessary skills to ensure that the child develops love for what he's doing and voluntariness. Voluntariness is about the student must be willing to, you must not force an individual to learn. If you force an individual to learn, you are only promoting a robot, rote learning. The child must be interested in learning what the child is learning. Now, let us look at the rules concerning the classification of university teachers in Nigeria. The Teacher Education Council here recognizes that academic staff in the university or any tertiary institution for that matter are teachers. Here, Section 583 of the National Policy on Education provides that all teachers in tertiary institutions shall be required to undergo training in the methods and techniques of teaching. In the same way, the professional standards for teachers in Nigeria list university teachers as holders of PhD in education or PhD in other fields with teaching qualification. The teaching qualification might be PGDE or PDE or NC, and they are classified as category A or doctoral teachers. That's what the standard says, as approved by the National Assembly. Now, in the United Kingdom, university teachers in permanent posts must possess a PhD plus postgraduate certificate in higher education or postgraduate certificate in academic practice or fellowship of the Higher Education Academy. You cannot teach in any university in the UK without any of the three. It's either you have the postgraduate certificate in higher education or postgraduate certificate in academic practice or fellowship of the Higher Education Academy. And new teachers are required to obtain a teaching certification within 1 to 3 years. This is in recognition of the fact that they cannot carry out their teaching functions unless they have some skills which have to be handed on to them. In the US, there is no national teaching certificate for university teachers, such as the PGCERT or PGCAP. However, universities in the US provide strong institutional structures for inculcating teaching skills through Center for Teaching Excellence. Most universities in the US, they have what you call Center for Teaching Excellence. And it's at this center that they employ experts in education. And lecturers go there for short courses, for workshops and training on honing their teaching skills to ensure that they deliver properly in the classroom. They also have teaching assistant training programs and peer reviews and student evaluation, which we're also trying to do here. Thankfully, the university is also trying to institute the PGCAP here too, which will also give people skills on how to teach. Now, the difference between the PGCAP and the PGD, the PGD we run in Nigeria is targeted at the secondary school. So the pedagogy that is being transmitted is the pedagogy that we use for teaching at the secondary school. But PGCAP is centered on tertiary education, academic practice in the tertiary level. And that is why it is more advantageous to take that, for at least for university teachers, other than the PGD, which is the general certificate for secondary school. Now, for Nigeria, what's the position of the NUC on teaching qualification for university teachers? The Nigerian scenario oscillates between the UK and US pattern. While the TRCN Act and the national policies say teaching qualification is compulsory for university teachers in Nigeria, NUC also recognizes the importance of pedagogical skills for university teachers, but leaves the modalities in the hands of each university. We are all aware that the newly introduced CCMAS makes a lot of demands on university teachers that require pedagogical skills in breaking course titles into weekly topics, stating behavioral objectives, identifying expected learning outcomes, employment of appropriate instructional technologies, administration of continuous assessment and examination. Now, when I look at that program, well, the university has done well to have started the process of training our staff. And then it's a form of train the trainers workshop, which will be carrying on that. But I think that we need much more than that. Because when we look at our colleagues in the classroom, or we look at some questions that they said, we understand the fact that they need to be trained properly to be able to deliver on the requirements of the CCMAS. So we said train the trainer workshops were organized. Even the NUC recognized that And they started with that even before the program was introduced. But I think it's a continuous thing and universities have to continue. But I will ensure that I'm happy that this PG cap thing is a right step in the right direction, and we all should kill into it so that we can enhance our skills. Now, what are the professional standards for university teachers in Nigeria as established by the Teachers Selection Council? First of all, the Teachers Selection Council of Nigeria believes that doctoral teachers, that's the category A teachers, teachers at the tertiary education level, they have some expectations of them. One is professional knowledge. Teachers are expected to be abreast of all teams in their specialized area. So if you are in an area, you must be abreast of the major teams in your area. You must be sound in the language of instruction. Don't say because I'm in mathematics or I'm in physics. Language of instruction is so important. And therefore, you should be able to communicate effectively. You need some basic skills in the English language, which is the language of instruction in Nigerian schools. Then ICT skills are essential today, and you cannot operate at any level of education without at least some minimum ICT skills. And they should have robust relationship with the international community, which we are all aware of. Then professional skills. Category A teachers are to lead ideas in the best strategies for developing and organizing learning programs and framing learning objectives. So for every learning process, you must be able to frame appropriate objectives. And that is why when I was about to start this presentation, I started with what are the expected learning outcomes, because it will prepare the mind of the learners on the key issues. As I've stated them, as the presentation progresses, your mind will be on what are the key areas that you pay attention to, and that you put some special attention to. And therefore, we'll look at some of these strategies, the best strategies of delivery in the classroom. They are to regularly present feedback to students. It's important that we do that to our students. We should create a learning environment that elicits the highest learning outcomes and serve as inspiration to their colleagues. So we should be able to inspire ourselves. You see, in developed climes, people, we audit one another's courses. I can come to your class and audit your course because there's one or two things I will take away. Just that you can audit my course and take away certain things. They must immerse themselves in the mentorship system. I know somebody is going to talk about that. Mentorship is important in the system so that you can learn from those who are superior to you in the field. They must immerse themselves in the mentorship system in their discipline, progressively strive to be charismatic team leaders, and create harmonious academic relationships, leading to research teams, joint publications, and other scholarly works. Then there are some professional values, attitude, and conduct that are expected of us as university teachers. One, we should be vanguards of the rights of our students. We should maintain confidentiality on students' matters, and we should epitomize moral rectitude. Some of these issues have been mentioned while we are looking at academic culture and ethics in the university. So, some level of confidentiality. Your students should be able to confide in you and should not go to class and say, somebody came to him yesterday, this is what he said. We should be able to maintain confidentiality on student matters, and we should epitomize moral rectitude. We should serve as a model for our students. Teachers, universities are supposed to be delightful. We should be delightful. Our students, we should be happy and inspiring. We should not appear morose or appear sad. If we're not happy with the job, it's better we leave it and go elsewhere so that we don't injure our emotions on the job. So we should be happy with what we are doing. We expect you to be delightful, to be resourceful, to be exemplary in your interaction with students and colleagues. We should position ourselves to offer counsel and technical advice to resolve educational and national problems. And then we are expected to keep an open mind and be amenable to learning. I think that has been emphasized. We must learn, unlearn, and relearn. That's the only way we can survive in this climate and be able to impact our students and the society positively. Now we go to these strategies now. What are the available teaching strategies? And what are the choices that we can make? Now, Teaching strategies can be divided into three broad categories, and these are the categories I've listed here. One, instructor-centered teaching strategies, Omega, and there are some variants of these. We can talk about explicit teaching, drill and practice, deductive questioning, compare and contrast, and so on and so forth. Then we have the interactive teaching strategies, brainstorming, peer partner learning, think peer share, social controversy, peer tutoring, flipped classroom, scaffolding, jigsaw. You know, one thing that marks the interactive teaching strategies out is that they are interactive. There is interaction between the teacher and students and among students themselves, because students participate actively in the lesson. We have said that teaching must involve knowledge and understanding, which is not a knack. So interactive teaching strategies ensure that students are actively involved in their learning, and therefore those virtues make them superior to the teacher-centered strategies. And then we have the experiential learning strategies. Usually, you know, for example, those in the sciences, after the class, we have experiments in the laboratory, you have simulations and role play, we have model building, we go on field trips, even in the humanities, we do immersion program. For example, those in the languages, for example, those in French, you go to the French village to be immersed, or go to a French country to be immersed in the practice. We do model building, we go on internship, we go on job shadowing. You know, students in education go on teaching practice. Those in medicine, they go for clinicals. That is, you go and see it physically, practice the theories and principles you have learned, put it into practice in the field. Project-based learning, case analysis, these are experiential learning strategies. Experiential means experience it directly, be involved in it. Now, these are the three major categories of teaching strategies. Now, we now look at the nature and advantages of each. I've started with experiential learning because it is known that experiential learning is superior to all other modes of learning. We have looked at some of the advantages. It is inductive, it is learner-centered, it is real-life, hands-on skills, activities. It provides opportunity to apply theory to practice in real-world situations. It leads to the development of pivotal soft skills, promotes meaningful growth, active reflection, and so on and so forth. So it's definitely superior, but it has its limitations. For example, it is not suitable for introductory courses. For example, you cannot start an introductory course and start with experiential learning. What experience? It requires some introduction of basic concepts. Students must learn basic concepts. So at 100 level, 200 level, we still emphasize concepts and principles. You cannot, for example, you cannot be a medical student and start with clinicals, or education student and start with teaching practice. No, you must first of all learn the theories and the principles before you go to the field to apply them. So experiential learning cannot take place within the normal week-to-week lectures. That's why I say it's not suitable for introductory courses, because they require foundational knowledge, where students need to master the basic concepts and principles and theories. Then it's not applicable in abstract or theoretical disciplines. For example, what experiential learning can you do in pure mathematics or theoretical physics or philosophy? Then three, it is rarely used alone. For you to use experiential learning, you must first of all have done some basic things of acquiring of lecture. Let them acquire the principles and theories first. It is usually built into the curriculum. Usually we build it into the curriculum of our courses as add-on after basic knowledge has been transferred. E.g., for example, students go on CWES. For example, after they have done their 100 and 200 level, they now go to CWES, go to the industry. All these things we have taught you in the classroom, go and see how it is done. Do it with them yourself. Clinicals, internship, teaching practice, field trip. Then experiential learning takes place outside the classroom and not suitable for the traditional 2 to 3 hour weekly contact. Then experiential learning is time consuming, requires huge cost for resources, poses difficulty in assessment and measurement of learning outcomes. That's for experiential learning. Then we go to interactive strategies. Interactive strategies thrives on active communication. There's communication between the teacher and students and among students and among students themselves, so to facilitate learning. Students are active participants in the learning process rather than passive recipients of knowledge. Interactive strategies encourage critical thinking, deeper understanding, increases motivation, self-esteem, collaboration, teamwork. It develops students' social and communication skills. It enables the teacher to carry the students along and assess how well the students understand what is being taught. But there are also disadvantages. It is not suitable as the sole strategy for large classes exceeding 40 to 50. For example, when you want to do interactive sessions in the class, when students, for example, in a class of 1,200 students, how much of interaction can you do? It will just become a market, because how much of them can you control? If you want to do discussion or brainstorming in a class of 1,000 or even more than 100, there's a problem. So it has limitations because the class can become rowdy and uncontrollable. 2, planning and execution of interactive classes consume time and resources and also slows down the pace of content coverage. Unless the teacher is very skillful, a few vocal students may hijack the class and overshadow the introverts. So people are just talking at the top of their voices, and the introverts may just be there and they may just be bullied out of recognition. Some esoteric, theoretical, or abstract topics may require direct instruction. So there's no way we can run away from direct instruction, because there's some knowledge that are so esoteric and theoretical that means careful delivery. The student must listen to grab the content from the teacher. Then, unless appropriate checks and balances are put in place, some students may prioritize the fun over and above the teaching in an interactive classroom. Now, I now go back to the lecture method. Now, the lecture method is teacher-centered, as we have said, but most widely used, especially at the tertiary level. Every other strategy requires lecture to provide foundational knowledge. So we cannot run away from it in the university, because you see, every discipline has some esoteric knowledge. There's some level of careful lecture is required for them to grasp the content and the basic skills before they go into interaction or experiential learning. It is very suitable for large classes. You want to teach 1,000, 200, 300, 500 students, lecture method is suitable because you can communicate effectively and they can hear you. It can transmit large amount of information, content in a short time. For example, lecture method gives you the liberty, because you are in control. You can design your delivery and give as much information as required. It gives teacher the maximum control of the learning environment. It requires less human and material resources. Once you have a good microphone, the teacher has a good voice, and the charisma to carry students along, it can deliver. It is extremely useful for introductory courses or topics where students want to listen, especially if the teacher is very competent and is very versatile in the field. They want to look up to the teacher to learn. Lectures can be very effective. Now, although it's heavily criticized, but the truth is that the lecture method can be very effective if the lecturer is charismatic and knowledgeable and carefully plans and delivers the lecture mindfully. So what is important is to understand what the lecture is all about and then be able to deliver on what it is. What are the disadvantages? It is susceptible to abuse by lazy and ill-trained, ill-prepared teachers, as they do whatever they like in the name of lecture. Many people go to class and do whatever they like. For example, going to class to dictate, that is not lecture. When you go to class and dictate notes, you are not lecturing anything, or they say you give them PDF. That's not lecture. Because what you are dictating, you can as well send it to them, because there's no way you will dictate. You have problem with pronunciation, with punctuation. And most of the time, you use textbook that the students already have. Especially now, in the days of the internet, all these materials are available. So they are not inspired. Many of them come to class because you mark attendance, because already they know that that's what you are coming to do. And a lazy teacher will come and say, where did we stop the last time? Read the last sentence. Once they read the last sentence, you continue from there again. You are not a lay reader. It's only in the church a lay reader will read. And everybody will say, may the Lord bless the reading and the hearing of the word. You are not a lay reader. You are a teacher. So a teacher must make impact. You must teach. So don't read. Don't dictate notes. It uses one-way communication where students are passive and not intellectually engaged through the process, especially because you are just dictating or just reading. They are not intellectually engaged. Some of them will not even write anything. They will go and collect the note from those who have written. And also, the note you are reading is the note you have been reading since 10 years ago, or the note that you also wrote when you are a student. They already know. Many of them have collected from their seniors. So you are not teaching. You are just, you are not, you see, and that is why, you are not giving a sermon. When you go to the classroom, definitely, this is the lectern. The lectern is on your left side. This is on your left side. The pulpit is on the right. When the pastor is on the pulpit, nobody asks questions. He comes here to deliver the message from God. And everybody has to keep quiet. But once you are on the left side, you are there to teach. Students can interrogate. They can see for clarification. So students can easily tune out. For example, when you just lecture, most of you are not inspiring. They tune out. Some of us also speak bad English. So the students begin to pick errors in whatever you are saying. They say, look at it, just spend your 1 hour and go. So they tune out due to boredom without the teacher knowing. It encourages rote learning. I know some teachers, they'll just say, just as I've given you, give me back like that. So they just cram it. You just cram the notes and give him back. You may not understand. You may not understand and score hundreds. It favors those who can just commit it to memory, just cram. And that's the lowest level of cognition. It assumes that students are learning at the same pace. And then it's highly ineffective in skill-based courses because you are not transferring any skills. Limits the acquisition of social and interpersonal skills. However, with all these limitations that you have mentioned, the lecture method is still the most adaptable. In the hands of a skillful teacher, especially at the tertiary at a different level. I said the lecture method is the only independent because all other methods, you have to combine something with them. I've said that you cannot do experiential learning unless some lectures have taken place before to give you basic concepts and theories. And for interactive classes, when the class is too large, you need some elements of lecture. But the lecture is the only independent, most widely used, most adaptable, most dynamic, and most suitable for all classes, for all class sizes, of all the instructional strategies at the higher level of education. Whereas all other strategies need some elements of lecture, the lecture can be used as a sole strategy, its limitations notwithstanding. As the most dynamic strategy, it can be spiced up for effectiveness by incorporating elements of interactive and experiential learning at intermittent intervals in the course of the lecture. And that's what we want to look at now. How can you make your lecture interesting? And how can you incorporate interaction within the classroom and some elements of experiential learning? Now, you must recognize the 5 basic tenets of a dynamic lecture. And that's what we want to go into. First of all, your lecture must have a structure. By the time you are going to class, or you have a class tomorrow, you must design a structure for your lecture. The structure of a good lecture is context, content, and closure. Every lecture must have a context. The context provides the background. You must have a background. You must explain the connection of whatever topic you want to teach with the previous knowledge that students have. And you must state the expected learning outcomes. Now, when you look at your course outline now, I know from the format the university has given you, you must be able to write expected learning outcomes. However, for every topic too, when you go to class, you must first of all state the learning outcomes so that they will know what they are to look for in that lecture, whether 1 or 2 or 3. That is, at the end of this lecture, I expect you to be able to give them 1 or 2 or 3. That will guide where they pay attention to in your lecture. So that is the context of that lecture. Then the content is the body of the lecture, which will augment previous knowledge that students have. The new concepts being introduced should not be too many. Don't attempt to achieve too much in a lecture. That if you do proper planning and you consider the level of the students, so you know the content that is suitable for their level. So don't attempt to cover too much or trying to be too complex for the level of the student to avoid cognitive overload. We must avoid cognitive overload. Don't go to 100 level class and go and bamboozle them and then make them confused. That's why you must start from simple before you go to the complex. Then closure of your lecture. The closure is the summary of the lecture. Every lecture must have a closure aimed at reinforcing the learning outcomes. You must summarize whatever you have done. You can ask evaluation questions. You must contextualize and then be able to lead them to what the next class or the next topic is going to be. Then what type of lecture do you give? Depending on the name of the topic, the nature of your topic, the teacher can choose to present our information in an outline format, or you defend a thesis or tell a story, demonstrate a procedure, or solve a problem. Whichever format you choose, display your expertise and enthusiasm for the subject. There must be some level of enthusiasm in you, and that's what we challenge the students to want to learn. The teacher should be mindful of the duration of the lecture and the level of the students in choosing her format to ensure that she completes the planned activities for the day. Only a bad teacher will complain that the time is not enough or ask students to remind her where we stopped last week. That's a bad teacher. Then your supportive teacher activities. When you are in the classroom, there are a lot of supportive activities to enrich your teacher, to enrich your function in the class. You must endeavor to motivate your students to learn through your activities. First of all, your voice is very important. Make sure that those at the back can hear you. Don't stand permanently like me now. You don't stand permanently behind the lectern because it's a lecture, you have timed yourself. Move around the class and make eye contact with students, especially those at the back. You should sound enthusiastic. I've said that before. When using slides, place only the main ideas. The slide is, look at it, the main ideas, that's what they need. Don't use the PowerPoint as a note. Just put the point, the PowerPoint, and explain the points to them. Guide your students on how to take notes or summarize lessons. Then factor students' interaction into the lesson. The higher the level of student interaction, the higher the level of retention. You may ask them to randomly summarize the main ideas presented so far. Another approach is to ask them to complete a table or a graph or draw a concept map of the ideas you have presented. Get the student to predict the next scenario or allow some students to share with their class any experience related to the topic that you have given. Now, let's look at key students' cognitive engagement in the class. Clarify, compare, and contrast concepts creatively. Share personal insights in the class, your experiences, anecdotes. Summarize and synthesize different sources of information. Demonstrate the worthwhileness and application of the concepts. Convey love and enthusiasm for the topic and the discipline as a whole, because it can be infectious. Now, what are the structured in-class activities to integrate interaction into the lecture? That's what you call bookend approach. The bookend approach introduces an opening, a middle, and closing sections to a lecture to make it active. That is, you can make your lecture active by using the bookend approach. First of all, you open the lecture, which you call the opening bookend, with a prompt. You go into class and give the prompt in form of asking questions. So you start the lecture by asking questions or introducing a brainstorming session to ascertain the entry behavior. And then you now outline what you want to cover. Then you break the middle into segments. For at least at every 25 minutes or 30 minutes, you introduce activities such as quick group discussion, group tasks, or case study. Then at the close of the bookend, you ask students to summarize key points of the lecture or respond to the poster or hook that you have given at the beginning. Then there's something we call the flipped classroom. You see, the flipped classroom can be used especially for students at the higher level, maybe 400 level or postgraduate students. It's particularly suitable for upper levels where students can do a lot of self-study. Now that students have access to the internet, there are many online books. Our library is very rich, so many databases they can consult. Just give them the assignment. They already have the topic. Recommend sources they can consult. That next class, this is what we are going to treat. Consult this, consult that, consult that. So they have done so. So they do those activities. It strives on students studying prescribed materials from home. And then when you now come to the classroom, what you are supposed to use the lecture method for, you now engage in activities. Since you have assigned pre-class reading, or you give them videos or other course materials, use class time for discussions, group work, problem-solving exercises. As a teacher, you guide the process and resolve misconceptions and contradictions. You resolve resolutions, you now make resolutions of whatever presentation students have made at the class, and they use that as the note. Then you group research or response approach. This approach divides the class between teacher and student activities. That is, in the class, there are teacher activities and student activities. Divide the lecture period into two. Use half of the time to present the basic information and concept of the topic. Then pose higher order questions. For example, it's a 1 hour question. Use 30 minutes for lecture. The next 30 minutes, use it for group research and group response, where you pose a question from what you have dictated. And when you pose the question, you now allow students to respond to them in groups. You can have some preset groups in the class. You may have permanent class groups or cohorts for this purpose, or form ad hoc ones. Each group analyzes, brainstorms, and presents their results to the class. And as a teacher, you start as a facilitator. And at the end of the day, the class resolves. You summarize, and they take their notes. Then there's something you call the minute paper approach. This is a quick, informal assessment of teaching to determine how much students understand. That is, you pause at the middle of the lesson or shortly before the end. You give students 1 or 2 minutes to write down the important things they have learned in the lesson and what remains unclear. Then you collect the feedback back. Either, for example, they can have emails where you send it to, or you can even use WhatsApp or whatever means. And then you identify the recurring issues so that you can understand what areas are still unclear. Then you can use the remaining part of the lecture to clear those issues, to address them, or you fix it as what you are going to do the next class to clarify misconceptions. Then there's something you call the moodiest point approach. The moodiest point approach. It's also like the 1 minute approach. The moodiest point approach is for them to say which is the most difficult aspect of the lecture that they cannot understand. And then they tell you, and then you also address it. So you give them 1 or 2 minutes to write down any part of the lecture that they consider to be problematic or confusing. Then you collate their responses. Then you revisit those areas and clarify gray areas, or you fix a particular lecture to address all those things. And then there's what you call the think, peer, share approach. The think, peer, share approach is, for example, you have given a lecture for half of the period, and then you throw a poster. Ask students to think individually about it. They think about it, okay, whatever you have taught, share it with your partner or with your group. They share it among themselves in small groups. And then whatever you are sharing in your group, let your group leader come and present your position to the class. The different group leaders come and present their positions, and then you serve as moderator, you clarify issues, you arrive at resolutions. Those things that students learn through such approach become permanent and become more practical in them. In conclusion, I've said here that the lecture method remains an indispensable strategy in higher education, its shortcomings notwithstanding. Fortunately, the lecture method is very dynamic, with elastic capacity to accommodate several interactive and collaborative approaches within its process, and its impact further consolidated by experiential components. The lecture method requires a lot of hard work, creativity, pedagogical training, and technological support for its effectiveness. I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate the former Dean, Faculty of Education, a distinguished Professor of Sociology of Education, Professor Taiwo Edu. He has been able to present to us, give to us methodologies through innovative pedagogies in higher education. The bottom line is, when there is for effective teaching, there must be learning. Learning must have taken place as well. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate him once again? Now, let me invite to the podium another distinguished scholar from Faculty of Education, Dr. Oluwakemi Olurinola. She's to give a presentation on effective use of technology in teaching. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate her?
Good afternoon, everyone. We've been told not to stand on protocols, so let me recognize the already established protocols. This afternoon, I'll be talking on the effective use of technology in teaching for 21st century higher education. And I want to start with a paradox. Okay, thank you. We know that more than ever before, we have much more digital tools than we could ever imagine. Applications, software, and all in the box. But yet, learning outcomes have become stagnant. Recently, there was a write-up, or I've seen it, people shared it, and somebody even shared it with me yesterday, about the fact that this particular generation, sorry, I'm not used to standing in one place. This particular generation are coming short. I mean, from generations, I think they tested them on some standardized test or IQ and said they had lowest IQ and all that. And I wondered, I said, what are you testing them on? Because the paradox is that we have a lot of digital tools, and yet people are claiming lower learning outcomes. We have campuses that boast of Wi-Fi. Our university is also towing that part. Thank you, Mr. Sir. We are seeing the cables running. But yet in our classrooms, we see 20th century pedagogy taking place. We have students who live almost every day on their phones, on their devices, on their tablets, but yet they are not taught how to effectively use those devices for inquiry, for collaboration, for innovation. And so that's the paradox we find ourselves in. I'm still on the paradox. But the illusion that we may fall into also, because there are two sides of the coin, the illusion that we may fall in also is that we've seen where Sweden, for instance, have removed, not totally, because a lot of people put it out without reading the full context, reduced their reliance on digital technologies and brought back textbooks into the classroom. Because we also do not want to have that illusion that technology is a magic wand. And once you introduce technology into the process, then there is improvement in learning outcomes. Technology is supposed to be integrated meaningfully, and I think that is the primary assignment I want to do today within the 30 minutes. Lay that foundation where we really think about how we effectively integrate technology even into our teaching and learning process. So to do that, there are some shifts that has to take place. I will just be guided by my colleague here. One of the things that we need to do is to shift from transmission to co-creation. Now we have a generation that is totally different from the generations we've got. I'll get there. We are no more custodians of knowledge. We are no more what, like my DVC Akad has called, the sage on the stage. Information is at a click for these students right now. So our role has moved from being knowledge transmitters. What we need to be doing is co-creating this knowledge with our students. Because we have a generation that self-learning is not a problem to them. I'm sure that if you think about your kids or you think about the young ones you know, there are skills that they have developed without going to study it. They sat down and they learned it by themselves from start to finish. So they don't need us. If we are not careful, that's why they come to class, because they have to come. If we are not careful about how we deliver, they don't need your information because they can find it anywhere. So like my DVC Akada said, if you are still using 1966 textbook, I remember I was in a particular group, I was reading through a particular discussion, and they were saying, some lecturers were complaining about the fact that materials that they bought, whatever, and they gave the students a car, they don't need it. That's the reality. Do they need information? Yes, but they don't need it in the way that you are giving it to them. Because you can take a 640 PDF, ask AI to tell you what is the cocoa of the matter. And that is all they need. They take all that 650 pages. It may bring 3 or 4 pages of the main point of that write-up, and they've gone with it. So that's the reality we face. And so if we teach, when I saw this particular quote, I have always used it anytime I stand before teachers. and I'm using it as I'm standing before us today, because it's the truth of the matter. If we teach today's students as we were taught yesterday's, we rob them of their tomorrow. But the challenge is that most of us pride ourselves in the fact that we have teaching experience of 35 years. And we forget that the children who are coming through our classes every day are not the same 5 years ago. These ones are wired differently. They were born into technology. The present students you have now, you almost have the alpha generation entering into university very soon. They're even different totally from the Gen Zs. And we must be aware of that and put that into considerations. Another thing that has changed, the kind of distractions you had when you were a student is not the same level that these students have. In my days as a child, I watched TV from 4 to 6, 4 p.m. Before then, no TV. After then is news and adult stuffs. So we targeted 4 to 6. You do your homework, go and sit down 4 to 6. If you put on the TV before 4, you will see shi. Then after lines. But now you have 24/7, 300 and something channels, YouTube shorts, YouTube long, TikTok, whatever it is. There are too many things bombarding them. And it is a myth to say that these students don't want to learn, or these students have short memory span. They have short attention span. They can sit down with a movie for 3 hours. Is it no attention they are paying? But they find those things more engaging than how we offer our courses. And that is why it seems that they shut down on us 5 minutes into lecture. Another thing that has changed is the skills that are needed in today's world, in today's workforce. When it was industrialized time, it was good to cram, repeat routines and all that. But skills have changed. 21st century skill workforce, communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, use of ICT, self-regulation, knowledge construction, and problem solving. You find out that most organizations now are not looking for first class. You have third class and no class, actually working in top organizations. I was in a particular place where they were giving a job seminar or intro for some students in a particular top organization, and I was interested in what they required. And they had like 10 lists of soft skills and maybe about 2 or 3 lists of hard skills like the courses or whatever, because they said, even though you know these things, how do you communicate it? Those ideas. How do you solve problems? Can you work as a team? That's what people are looking for. But how are our classrooms actually preparing our students for that workforce? It's also very important. And technology enables us to do these things much more easier. Our learning ecosystem has evolved. Your students' learning ecosystem has evolved. If you don't know, let me tell you. Before, yes, please move on. The next slide. Before, yes, our learning ecosystem before, like most of us who went to school in our university days. No, please, stay on there. Thank you. Teacher, parents, library, friend. If you are fortunate that you had parents that were educated, they are part of the ecosystem. If not, they are not. Your teachers or your friends who know a bit better than you. When I was doing my undergraduate thesis, I had to travel to Unilag, Uniben, and all that to visit their libraries to get materials for my project. It's not the same today. The learning ecosystem has changed. You have the learner, maybe a chemistry student, tap, takes your lecture, goes to the community, she's in different communities, visits an expert's blog. It's a web. And this we must understand and see how we can enable our students, guide and facilitate this kind of learning for our students, because the learning shift is happening from teacher-led classrooms to project-based learning. A particular school that I know, they don't even start with course at the first semester. They start with communication skills, leadership skills, and all that. And in the beginning of the semester, the child comes in, the child determines what problem he wants to solve. And every other course that is taught that child in that university is tailored towards that problem solving. We've talked about flipped classroom and how it is much more effective even in the higher education sector. You send those PDFs, let them read it. Tell them this is the course that topic we are going to cover the next class. Raise 3 questions that you don't understand after reading, and then come to class to discuss it. So that instead of giving notes and reeling out dictations, you're actually helping them unclog their stock points. Collaborative learning, student-centered learning. And so because the learning has also shifted, there are expectations for teachers. And we've been told that we are teachers. Lecturing is just one pedagogical strategy. Technology doesn't teach kids. Teachers do. And so you need to move from different levels. From the tech fluency where you just know basic, I know how to do PowerPoint, I know how to use Word, to where you actually begin to effectively integrate technology even in your teaching and learning process in the classroom. And then you also become a master in those things, and you're able to mentor others. So those are various levels that are expected from us as educators. The university may be spending all the money that they have. I've seen, I normally engage in this kind of things, and I've seen where institutions, schools have done big budgeting on ensuring that there's technology in the institution or in the classroom. But if as teachers don't use it on regular basis, or they are not proficient, then you don't get a return on investment. That's just the truth about the matter. So it is needful that we know strategies that can impact on our technology use. Now, knowing how to use a particular technology doesn't mean that you know how to use it in the teaching process. You may be very vast with Excel, but don't know how to use Excel to instruct. You may be very vast in Word, but you can actually use Word. As I'm talking about very basic tools that are common to all of us. There's a way you can use them even in your teaching and learning practice. So it's beyond learning how to use specific hardwares or softwares, but understanding the pedagogical principles that drive effective technology use. And we will touch on a few of them as we go on. So there are various pedagogical approaches to digital learning: project-based learning, blended learning, flipped classroom, personalized learning, collaborative learning, gamification. This is just, like I said, is an intro. We can go and look more into these things and how we can actually bring them. In that topic you are teaching, how can you find something that is relevant to them? One of the things that keeps our students disengaged from our lectures is because they don't see the relevance. Why am I learning this? Why is it important? But if you can bring in the relevance, and that's where project-based learning normally helps, so that they see how it applies to their everyday life. You are teaching accounts. Why using textbook? There's everything going on that you can pick from today's world, from all the stories that we are hearing in the news, and let them see how their knowledge of these topics influences, or that influences their knowledge in the gamification. Basically, is those things that they always engage with on their phones. They are playing games forever. Those elements, things like engagement, things like reward. We're not saying bring the games to class, but those things that keep them engaged in games, how can we bring them into our learning platform? So these are some of the pedagogical. For time's sake, we can't go into them all one. So when you know, my senior colleague has already given us a lot of all these other strategies. But then, knowing all those strategies, also knowing how and when to use what strategy. There's no one strategy that fits all. There's no one, it's not one size for all. So you want to know what's your learning objective? Do you want to improve that? Besides teaching the topics, like I said, 21st century skills, how can we embed them while we are teaching maths, English, biology, and all that? So do you want collaboration? Do you want a strategy that allows for collaboration, or you want to work on critical thinking as it is? Then you match the content type. If I'm teaching science, I know during the period of COVID, people said, oh, you can't say it's only humanities that can use technology to teach. That's not true. You have simulations. Simulations that will help you even with that you cannot do in the lab. Simulations that will help your students see how ion is moving and forming with electron that they cannot see with their physical eyes. Those are the things that you can do. You have virtual laboratories. You can bring these things into class. Now, you say, oh, my class does not have an interactive board. It's only in one hall. Some of these things have links that you can For instance, PhET simulation, you can even download it and use it offline. You can create a link and share with your students, and on their phones, they can use it. They bring the phones to class anyhow. It's in their pockets or in their bags. And so sometimes I use it. I say, bring out your phones. Let's search for this. I remember when I was teaching them how to search. Bring it out. So you can actually do that. You have your WhatsApp groups. You can send it online. So you match the content type. If you're also, for instance, teaching languages, I'm sure we have cassette players or this Bluetooth is, how do they say it? Something connected. I used to laugh when it says, play that audio. Bring it to class. Play the audio. If you don't have, I'm sure your student has. Who has? They'll bring it. You play the audio, they listen. So sometimes we think when we talk about technology integration, we are thinking about ICT. It's not about ICT. It's not about the number of devices. It's about the quality of use of that device, that single device, that one laptop, that one phone. That is what, when we talk about effective integration. Then consider students' characteristics. And that's what I'm saying. The demographics of our students, they're already wired with these things. So how do we meet them where they are? If they want to be on their phones, how do you meet them on their phones? Let us not be like the ostrich who puts his head inside the sand and believes that the wave will pass by and it will not be affected. We are in the world that we are right now. Technology is disrupting everything. And it's always the education sector that resists this the most. And then finally, when we see that we cannot fight it, we begin to gradually begin to embrace it when other sectors have gone far. And we are the ones producing students for that sector. Assess the technology availability. So it's not just tech use for tech's sake. Is it available? Is it something that's going to be easy for them to use? And so technology tools must encourage meaningful learning where technology is extending the learning. So like I said, it's not tech use for tech's sake. You've had people shut down on technology because they just felt, oh, it's the in thing, we're ICT compliant, and they went around buying all those things and investing heavily, but it was not extending the learning. So if you can do it without technology, then you don't need technology. But if the technology is going to help you do it better, enhance the learning, help the student have better experience with that content, then you need technology. So having said that, how do we now measure? How do we now know that we are using technology effectively and at what level? We have technology integration frameworks that help give guidance on not just the use, starting from the selection and also the use of technology. So I'm going to just, there are quite a lot, but I think I'll touch on 3 frameworks. So the first one is TPAC. As educators, first and foremost, Schumann talked about pedagogical, PCK, which was pedagogical content knowledge, that as a teacher, you should have content mastery and also have the pedagogical skills to teach. That is why we are encouraging people that are outside the education faculty. Some of this PCAP and all that is being floated. Because you can have mastery in a content and not know how to deliver that content. And like somebody said, if you cannot teach it to a 5-year-old, then you don't know it. And that mastery gap actually is what normally affects us and our students, because you know it and you cannot understand. I've just said it, why can't you understand it? You've been teaching that thing for 40, 30, 15, 10, 5 years. If they wake you, you can say it, but this person is hearing it for the first time. And you expect that they follow on that same space. So content, but so what this framework is saying is that the content, what you want to teach, we don't put technology first. Technology is what it is, a tool. So the content you want to teach and how you want to teach that content will determine the technology that you'll be using. Everything is not PowerPoints. PowerPoint does not answer to all technology integration. As a matter of fact, we have what we call PowerPoint-lessness. You want to teach sound, pronunciation, you don't need PowerPoint. Bring your DJ to say Bluetooth is enough. Video, infographics, whatever it is, you can, so what you want to teach and how you want to teach it will determine the kind of technology that you'll be using. So that's what TPAC actually says. And that's integration between both the content knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and technology knowledge. You also have the SAMR or SAMR, where we have substitution, augmentation, modification, and redefinition. So for substitution and augmentation, they're basically under the enhancement. You're enhancing what you are doing traditionally. But when you are actually beginning to modify, to transform your teaching, then you're talking about modification and redefinition. Let me explain. Yeah, no, next. I want to explain with the slides. So for instance, you have your soft copy. No, sorry, your hard copy, your notes. And then you now do it in PDF. What you have simply done is created an e-copy of an hard copy, just on substitution level. So sometimes you ask people, oh, how ICT compliant are you, or how ICT savvy? And people rate themselves. And by the time they look through all these things, they realize that all they've been doing is substitution. If you take do CBT tests, online tests, it's still substitution, because you could have still done the same multiple choice question on paper. So your transference from paper to e-copy is substitution. Where you now get to augmentation. So let me still use my notes. Now, because I'm using an e-copy note, it's online, it's e-copy. I couldn't have imputed on my board images or whatever, on my class notes, or even audios or videos, because you know on your Microsoft Word, you can save some of those things there. Insert images, insert audios, and all that. So you've augmented. So you're teaching a topic, because you don't want to send your students flying all the way to YouTube and getting distracted with other suggestions. You are bringing the video, downloading it, and bringing it into the lesson notes. In some schools where they actually have things like OneNote and all that, everything is there. The teacher's audio recording, all that is inside the class, the notebook. And so that is augmentation. Now, modification, basically, we are saying, how can we improve this thing more, where technology has made it much more, where the focus now is actually the use of technology, and beyond the teacher. Now, if I take that note, for instance, I have my course. I have the topics that I want to teach for the 7 weeks, for instance. And of course, I've done my class introduction. I've done that. I've done all that. And I want to also help my students with knowledge construction. Where, with your Microsoft Word, with your Google Doc and all that, you can all collaborate on one page. And I put that, and I said, I assign each group. I said, build content on each of those topics. You know that a topic that your student goes looking for material to build a content on, that student will not forget. So even if you ask 3 questions, if that one that he did is there, at least he knows that he will pass that one. So that's what we talk about knowledge co-creation, knowledge construction, helping our students to be able to search for information, bring the information together, and make it, although we know we have generative AI now that does most of the work, but then there's a way you can ensure that they are the ones that did it. So that is where modification comes in. Now, that same lecture, I want to now blow it out, redefine it. And so maybe this topic I'm talking about now is underwater flora. Now I'm saying something I know, I'm not imagining. You can actually, there was a time, because we had what we called Skype in the classroom some time back before Skype went off, where then Microsoft had organizations that were supporting students. And I had actually, with students, engaged with an underwater marine biologist. The guy was living in his pod underwater. And he was able to, with his own camera underwater, show students his experience and have real one-time conversations with those students. So this is not like watching video. Or for instance, you're teaching literature, you're taking something on Wole Soyinka, and you can actually bring Wole Soyinka into your class. You write to him, he accepts, you have a Zoom meeting, your students can actually ask him real-time questions. Or there's even a topic that you're stuck on. You know that you're not good in it, but you have a colleague in another university that is good in teaching that topic. Invite him into your classroom. These things are possible because technology enables them. So we need to think beyond the box. Let me skip. No, triple E. So another framework is the triple E framework that talks about engagement, enhancement, and extension. Triple E framework is a bit more focused on the learning outcomes. So we all know that, well, let me assume that before you go into class or before you start a course, you have your learning outcomes and you have set it. So triple E is focused really on learning outcomes. How does technology engage students on that learning outcome, enhance their understanding, and also extend the learning goals? So when you are looking at extending learning, you want to ask yourself the question, does this technology create opportunities? Okay, starting from engagement, let me start from here. Does technology allow the students to focus on the task? So that's why I said some of these applications, for instance, there are some that will allow you to pull in the video so that the students are not distracted by the YouTube channel itself. So does it allow the students to focus on the tasks of the assignments with less distractions? Because one of the things that happened to Sweden was they realized that they had false engagement. And when we talk about false engagement where technology integration is concerned, the students are engaged, but they're engaged with the device and not the learning. And so they realized that that same laptop that they were supposed to be engaging in class, YouTube, TikTok, all of that was a distraction to them. So you have learning management systems, you have platforms that ensure that the activities that students are doing are within the context of the learning objective. So that's for engaged learning. Does it shift the behavior to be co-users? Does it motivate students to start learning by themselves? If you answer yes to any of this, then you know that technology is actually engaging, you're using technology to engage the learning. Enhance the learning. Does this tool aid students in developing or demonstrating a more sophisticated understanding of the content? So it's not just, like I said, sharing slides and you're repeating what you have in your notebook on the e-copy. But this use, is it helping them to understand it better? Does it create scaffolds? And in what way does the technology create path for students to demonstrate their understanding of learning goals in a way that they could not have done it with the traditional classroom? And then we talk about extending learning. The skills that they are developing from the use of that technology, are they transferable skills? For instance, you bring your students into a class, maybe you're even doing hybrid, you're online, you're asking them to present, or you're even asking them to come and present in class. You know, they're learning how to use the projector, learning how to create slides. You're learning English, Yoruba, whatever it is that you're teaching, but they're also learning presentation skills. And that's when we talk about extending the learning. So it's not really just about the subject, but you're also building skills. Next. So like somebody said, this is not my quote, but it makes sense. Technology adoption is like a sports team. Individual players who are the teachers, we need coaching. In some institutions, you have departments where you have instructional coaches or instructional designers or whatever, where lecturers or educators who need help can go for help. These are people who are experts in the technical and also experts in the pedagogical. And of course, a game plan policy, of course, from the institution and from the coach school leaders to win. So if we really need to win, 1 minute. Okay. If we really need to win, then all this has to be in place. So let me see. I have 1 minute. Let me look at what is most important for my last minute. Go to the next slide. Okay, let's skip next one. So you have some tools like the learning management systems. Learning management systems basically are platforms that many institutions use to kind of organize and manage the delivery of instructions. We have things like Moodle, we have Canvas, we have Blackboard, we have Google Classroom. They're all forms of, and they have their benefits. You know, help students access resources. Sometimes you have assessment tools there also that you can do your digital assessments real time. So then you have collaborative platforms like the Zoom, the Google Slides presentations, places where students can meet. You have interactive quizzes that you can use, your forms and all that to boost active participation, because you can be on taking a class and quickly send out a link where you do immediate formative assessment. And even before you finish class, you see your students' responses all collated there real time, and you can know where they are stuck if you need to do a redressing. And of course, where technology enables personalized learning experiences for our students, and especially the last one, data-driven insights. Most of our learning management systems now come with that analytics where you can see how students are engaging, where they are not engaging, maybe with subjects where they are failing and all that, and you can do immediate remedials, unlike when you have to wait till the end of the term or end of the semester or session to see students are in need. So Microsoft Teams, now I've said learning management system, collaborative spaces and all that. One of the low-hanging fruits that we have in Olabisi is that we still have our Microsoft Teams. And I, for one, I still use it very actively. Because all the Google, it's a one hub. It's a single space where you have everything. There's something I call technology abuse, and that is just my own. If I can do multiple things with one application, I'd rather stick with that one than have 1, 2, 3, 4 apps that I have to learn to use. Because on Microsoft Teams, you have your video conferencing. You have your Microsoft form for quizzes. You have where you can upload your materials. You come into class, you can record. Your students have your classes even after school. I will share the link. Even the transcript, for those of them that say they don't understand my English, the transcript, if you put on transcript, it will put it word for word. It's like your lesson note for those who want to read. And you're meeting diverse learners' needs. So we have this already, and it cuts across different kinds of devices, laptop, tablets, or whatever it is. So the one that we have, like I said, the one you have, how well have you used it? That is where effective integration comes. And I will stop here for my time. Assessments. This is also something that technology enables us to do easily. And one of the things that we keep complaining about is the fact that with AI now, you give assignments, they go AI will do it for them. I'm normally in these conversations with teachers, and I said, flip how you assess. Project-based, sorry, please. I'm going to stop on that assessment slide. Go back, please. I won't go further. Project-based assessment, case studies, presentations, self-reflections. AI cannot do this for them. They will be forced to think about it by themselves. So even if it gives them ideas, they will still have to build on it. So when you're assessing also, focus on the process over the product. How did you get here? And that's why formative assessment is also good. Continuous CA and all that. And even when you give assignments, even when they are using AI now in some schools, they are not fighting it. They're just, okay, how did you use it? Because they want to also see your thinking with the use of that tool. What prompts? I've seen where lecturers will ask, use it, but as you have used it, put the prompt you use, the kind of tool you use, so that they can see the thinking process of the students. Create social learning opportunities. Be transparent about your expectations of use of AI. We can't run away from it. And I'm glad that we have a session that talks about it. And then get creative with technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate her once again? Now let me invite the Director of Research in Olabisi Onabanjo University, Professor Richard Aborishade, to come forward and present his paper on research, innovation, and partnership. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate him? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would also like to stand on the existing protocol because of my time. Okay. I titled the short presentation I'll be having, Positioning Olabisi Onabanjo University as a hub for impact-driven research, innovation, and community engagement. All right. Well, to those that believe that I'm going to be talking about basic research this afternoon, I'm sorry to disappoint you. It is about taking research to the next level. As we can see, the next slide, please. It's advancing research, innovation, and strategic partnership. All over the world, there has been a change, a paradigm shift in the way research is being conducted. Well, I wouldn't want to say gone are those days when research was just basic, because we still have it, but the ideal shift is actually for research to be able to make impact. So it's all about the impact that the research is able to make. And unfortunately, we are not very vast as regards this yet in Nigeria, but it is a global thing already. Universities are evolving into drivers of development and innovation. I said we're not very vast in this in Nigeria because we have a lot of problems in Nigeria, and we have a lot of universities, and universities do research. Yet there's a disconnection between universities doing research and governance, or in terms of our economy and well-being as a country. So there's something that needs to be done. We cannot have several economics, for example, in different departments of economics of university, and yet we have this economic recession. Over and over, we keep grappling with the economic problem in the country. I've already challenged a couple of scholars in economics that we get to see a lot of research you do. You look at sub-Saharan Africa, you look at Nigeria, but yet the country is still the way it is. So what is happening? So we have to address the disconnection. The government continues to say that they don't get to see anything from the academia in terms of knowledge that they can put to use. And the academia also complain that whenever they put their knowledge across to the government, they do not get to use it. So what is really the problem? Let's talk a bit about that. But basically, there's increasing demand for societal impact and accountability as far as research is concerned. Then we have the extended role that is expected of universities across the world, which includes being able to impact on economic growth, like I've said, technological advancements, and social development. We cannot play the back, or we cannot stay at the back seat as far as this is concerned. I'm going to talk more about the university later, but let us look at that of the national angle first. But how do we really achieve this in terms of the expanded role expected of universities? It is by generating new knowledge. When I say new knowledge, it is not the type of knowledge we are used to whenever we do our research, especially at the level of PhD or some other programs. We talk about the fact that there is a dearth of literature on the very subject we want to study. But the only way that we probably get to know that lots of work has not been done is by looking at the literature, not by looking at the community, to know about the very problem on ground in such communities as to what desires solution that we can now use our research to bring about. And that is why we have that disconnection between whatever we do in the university and how it's supposed to impact on the society. So fostering critical skills and transferring ideas into practical applications, like I said, that is where we have found one thing in terms of transferring our ideas. Most times, when we finish our dissertation, different research and all, we leave it on the shelves. As a matter of fact, the basic reason why a lot of scholars do research these days is just for promotion. And there's no way you have promotion at the back of your mind and think of the community. Think of the impact that that research will make, because all what you're concerned about is just to do the research and publish, and that will not impact on our community. Now, all over the world, it is believed that in order to achieve sustainable development, there should be intellectual capital, that the university should be able to provide that, research output and innovation ecosystem. I'm going to talk more about that. And institutions should be engaged communities. What do I mean by this? It should be able to collaborate with external stakeholders. And that is the message I've actually brought this morning. In order for us to have impactful research, we actually do our research for the community rather than with the community. And we should transit from just doing our research for the community to with the community. How do we go about this? We should engage the community right from the very scratch, not the community as just providers of data. But communities, talking about the communities, the people, the community of interest, I'm not talking about Agowe community as a location, but the very community that we want to study, it could be the police or any other ministry, parastatals, and the rest of them. We should engage them to find out the real problem within that particular space and now generate our research design from whatever we get from them. That way, that exercise of research of ours will definitely make impact because it is coming out from the very problem that has been identified by the community that we want to study. More often than not, we read literature, and it is just the gap in knowledge that we make to be our statement of the problem, the very problem we want to look into, or sometimes we assume that that problem is actually existing. And I'm not playing about this. I've read a particular dissertation of a student that studied female circumcision in Ijebu communities. And the excuse or the statement of the problem of this particular student indicated that no studies have actually looked at the female circumcision problem in Ijebu, not knowing that female circumcision doesn't even exist among Ijebu people. So it's a problem that doesn't even exist, but you look at the literature and you find that there's no study on it, not knowing why there's no study on it. If these very students have engaged people within the Ijebu community, he or she will have been told that it is not a problem of the Ijebu people, and that embarrassment will have been saved. And that is a problem that we always have when there's a disconnection between our research and the community in terms of coming up or the inspiration we're supposed to have about the problem we want to study so that it can have impact eventually. So engage, collaborate with external stakeholders, respond to community needs, the real needs. There are times that the government itself have not really responded to the real needs of the community. I will not mention the name of the areas, but there are some areas in Oyo State where government built clinics and hospitals where they don't believe in orthodox medicine. And eventually those buildings became poultry later because the people did not patronize the medical people that were deployed to such communities. And all what you will now find after some years are just goats and chickens in the very building meant for clinics and all that. So even the government fails as regards it in terms of engaging the community and in order for us to be able to integrate societal impact. Nigeria, we all know that we have problems in the country, and we have all been so busy doing our basic research and teaching. But meanwhile, the real solution to Nigerian problems are the ones that are locally grounded and the ones that are actionable, that is actionable knowledge, the ones that we'll be able to generate. Most times, our governments deploy economic policies that are gotten from abroad, and that is one of the reasons why it is not working here in Nigeria. Most of the times when the government deployed different economic measures and policies, you can trace the history of such policies outside the country rather than generating it from within. And it's one of the reasons why we have all these problems that have been identified. All right, now let's go to our university. Or let's come to our university now. We have our visions regarding all this. This is not the overall vision of the universities, but regarding this is what the university is pursuing, that is to be globally recognized, a university that is community engaged and also impact driven. And in order to be able to achieve this, we are going on a journey to do knowledge co-creation. I'm going to explain that later. Co-creation with the people of the community so that we can actually have high impact results regarding the research we do. Then innovation, I'm also going to expatiate on this, then societal transformation. The core pillars to be able to achieve this is research excellence. The Vice Chancellor spoke about that earlier. We need to do research that has high quality, that has rigorous, or that we have actually put rigor into it. And very importantly, that has the potentials to be able to solve real world problems. And the only way to be able to get that done is by engaging the community to know the real world problem there, and for our research now be driven towards solving such problems. Then innovation and knowledge translation. So it's not about us just coming up with knowledge. More often than not, we write in our significance of the study of how our work will be translated into practical use. We are going to give the ministry, blah, blah, and the rest of it. Academics, we act sometimes as politicians. We make all those promises there, but we never fulfill. As soon as we're done with the research, we just put them on the shelf. We get our score or whatever we want, or maybe even publish, and that is it. How many of us disseminate our research output or product to the real people that we promised in the significance of the study? So we just make a lot of promises there that we don't fulfill. Then community engagement. Like I said, we need to engage the community, not just as those that will supply us data, those that we interview, those that we give questionnaire, but as partners, so that they can also have sense of ownership, sense of belonging in whatever knowledge we are able to generate because of the co-creation of the knowledge. That will make them committed to also be able to use the knowledge that we are able to bring about. And that way, we'll be able to make more impact. Then strategic partnership. I'm going to talk more about that because of my time. Let me just go. The very next slide will show us the triple helix, which is the approach or the model that is expected of us to be able to make innovation and to be able to make impact. That is, the university is there as the producers of knowledge. Then we have the industry as those that were able to apply the knowledge generated at the university into commerce or commercial use. Then we have the government that are supposed to support with policy and funding. We don't have it yet as effective as we should in Nigeria. More often than not, whatever knowledge that is produced at the university stays at the university. The industry is unable to even interact with us. Last year, we had research fair, and all what we brought were just knowledge that were not, we will not be able to transform into practical use. Nothing that we can invite the industry to. And that was why we could not really conclude the research fair. We only concluded at the faculty level, but we couldn't bring industry for us to be able to complete this triple helix. And meanwhile, we are advancing to quadruple helix. That's the next slide, whereby the society is now being brought into it to further explain why we need community engagement. The community engagement now is about the inclusion of the communities as part of the helix. That is what is referred to as quadruple helix now, because of the understanding of the importance of the people of the community in order for innovation to happen and for it to have impact. So that these people are not just the people that we are going to produce knowledge and give to, but they should be part of that helix so that it can be very effective. So the implication of this for OOU is that communities become co-creators of knowledge and not passive recipients of knowledge. Then, research for impact. Like I said before, our research has been only focused on whatever we are able to get in terms of incentives, promotion, and the rest. Next slide, please. Yes, and the likes of it, and which has made our research to be one way, which is all about theoretical output. Even when we try to make it practical, it still doesn't have that quality because it does not get to the end. But we need to transit from that now to practical solution, to real problem. And the only way we can make that happen is for our work to be inspired by a real problem from the very scratch. And where do we get the real problem? From the very people that we intend to make our research to have impact on. We need to engage them from the very beginning. As we are doing our literature review to get more knowledge about it at the theoretical level, we also need to engage them at the practical level, not at the level of data collection, because more often than not, when you generate your instrument to collect data from the people of the community, you have already concluded. So you are only expecting them to say whatever you want them to say based on your instrument. But that shouldn't be the case. First, find out the real problem. Irrespective of our discipline, let us find out the real problem. There are several problems there that require solutions that we are capable of solving, but because we don't engage with the people of the community, we do not really do much about these problems. So our focus now should be on applied and translational research, policy relevant studies, community-based research, and the metrics that we should use in measuring that are publications and societal outcomes, the outcomes of our research as we progress. Then we talk about the innovation ecosystem, which is to, of course, the university is already making frantic efforts in doing this, establishing innovation hub or incubator. Then technology transfer. We need to be able to generate our technology, our knowledge, and also transfer. There is a policy already existing as far as the intellectual property is concerned, but we have not really gotten a lot of people that have made use of this. A lot of people are asking for intellectual property or technology transfer office, but they don't even have the technology. So are we going to actually get an office and pay people in the office without really getting people that will be able to use their services? So there has to be support for startups and spin-offs if we are able to get that on ground. Then student innovation. Like I said, since we discovered that our own staff or our own self are not really doing a lot of innovation as of last year activity, we have decided to engage our students. Which by the way, are very enthusiastic, and we probably want to look at what they have to offer as well. We will go back to our staff doing whatever. We want to probably give do a couple of workshops on commercialization of research so that we'll be able to understand the essence. Beyond promotion, there are some other incentives. If we are able to bring out our innovation and it gets commercialized, we make more money. And that is, by the way, it is not all about promotion, but what we can actually come out with. So our target is actually on that. But for this very year, we want to look at our students and what they are able to come, the ideas that they are able to come up with that is able or that will be capable of being transferred. So the idea is for us to move from ideas only to products and to impact. Community engagement model. Like I said before, for us to make high impact research, we need to engage the people of the community so that they will be able to tell us the real problem that needs solution, and our research will be focused on solving that or those problems. So from outreach to co-production of knowledge, that is the way to go. And the mechanism to make this happen is community advisory boards. Our faculty have boards made up of people from the community. We can engage them through that means. Participatory research to enable the people of the community to also be part of our research. We are going to be having focus group discussion and the rest of it for those that are in the humanities, and those that are in sciences should also have their own way of making the community people to be part of their research. And the town ground dialogue platform, all this will create the different platform for us to be able to engage the people of the community so that they can be seen as partners and not just beneficiaries of our research. Then strategic partnership. We have a couple of partnership possibilities here on the screen. At local level, the communities, the industries, the NGOs are those that we can partner with. At the national level, there are government agencies that will be able to assist with policies and funding, like I said earlier. Then even at the global level, the university has already have a good MOU with universities across the world. We can take advantage of this and engage at the global level. Even we probably can get funding from all these bodies that the university has connected us with. So what are we going to get from there? Joint research, that is already ongoing. We have joint publication with Swansea University and a couple of universities. Then co-funding of research as well as co-publications there that is already on ground as well. The priority impact areas that we should be looking at in order to be able to create positive impacts and for us to be able to make a headway as far as our country is concerned are listed here: public health and well-being, security, justice. We have a whole lot of them that we need to address in order for our country to have a positive turnaround. Then capacity building. We're already actually experiencing that. Training in grant writing will be one of the next talk or lectures that we are going to be having here. Then participatory research is something that we need to train ourselves as well on. In order, how do we really engage the people of the community? That will be coming up soon. Then impact evaluation. We probably just do our research and believe that all is well. We move to the next without checking whether what we have done earlier actually has impact. I've been able to observe a couple of abstracts as a member of the PG School Abstract Committee, and I realized that the very problem that some promise to solve, I don't want to mention particular discipline, maybe I'll probably read one, and they will say that, oh, students are failing English, we need to change the methodology of teaching English and all that. Eventually, some years after, you will see the same abstract on the same subject. So you want to wonder what happened to the change that the other researcher brought about, because there will be findings and there will be recommendations. So it means that the recommendations are not getting to the very stakeholders, to the very policymakers, those that will be able to make the change happen. And that is one way that, and of course, if it is not getting, do we have all this impact evaluation mechanism to check whether maybe they are making use? Do we do follow-up and all that? So we need that. Then the incentives is all about what the university will do, recognition of those that are able to do research with high impact. Then student engagement is also necessary. Service learning. We should look at our students, not just to be teaching them, but to engage them in our research. Some of us get grants, and the next thing we're looking for outsiders to help us with the data or whatever for the grant, rather than engaging our own students and make them to actually be able to offer the service as part of their learning So we should start engaging our students in our research as a learning process. That way, we'll be able to solve a problem that makes them to lose confidence when it comes to writing their own their own project in their final year, because that will make them to fall in love in research, and they are equally going to come back to the system. So it's all about us investing in them and making them to come back as quality staff when they eventually come, and not just those that we now have to start teaching all over again. Then field-based projects should also be part of what we should consider. The funding strategies are there. We are always focused on TED Fund as the only source or the main source of funding. We should look at others. If we are conducting research on police, whatever, we should look at Police Service Commission as a possible funder. If we are conducting any form of research, there are always sectors, parastatals, organizations that can be interested in that research. Even if they are going to say no, let us give them the right to say no first, before we just start assuming that they will say no. Let's approach them first, at least then. And it doesn't have to be one. There are several of them. I interacted with one top-ranking police officer that said that they always devote funds for such research every year, but nobody comes for it. Probably because we believe that police only take, they do not give. Industry-sponsored research as well. Let's approach companies that may be interested in our studies. The NGO and development partnership is also very useful, where we can also get our funding. Consultancy services can also make us to get these funds, as well as internal seed funding for pilots. Monitoring and impact metrics. As a university, we have to start looking at this. Once we take off effectively regarding this drive, the research output should be part of the metrics. How many publications and citations is part of the metric. Then innovation output. How many patents? That is where we have not really done so well, and we need to really do more regarding this. The patents and startups that we are able to evolve from our research. Then engagement metrics. How well have we engaged the people of the community? What is the level of partnership we have been able to establish and all? And the societal impact also can be measured by policy influence of our research, community outcomes, and of course, student outcomes. The risk and mitigations, funding instability, that can be mitigated by diversity of sources for funds. Then weak coordination, well, the university is doing so well in this. There are central structures that are actually established to be able to monitor up to the lower level. Community distrust is one. If we start engaging the community at first, we may actually experience distrust. Oh, maybe they have something to gain. That's why they are approaching us. But over time, with consistent engagement, we will be able to establish a proper trust, and they will be able to key into what we want from such association or such relationship. The expected outcomes. Increased research funding and output is what we are likely to get if we are able to deploy this. Then stronger community relationship. We cannot be engaged. When I say community, please, I don't want to be misquoted. It's not just Agowe, so that somebody will not be asking questions, do we want all our research to be focused on Agowe? I'm talking about our community of interest as far as our research is concerned. Then policy and societal impact, enhance institutional reputation, because that is where we are going. That is what we want to be known for as an engaged institution, an institution that engage with the community, the Nigerian community as a whole. Then improved graduate employability, because we cannot have graduates that we have put through this process, engaged in research and all that, and they will now be looking for jobs, because all those will be on their CV, and it will make their CV to be well embellished. Call to action. We need more commitment. We already have the commitment, but we need more from the leadership of the university. We need more from you all, academic staff, and we also need from our students. There has to be a shift of mindset from individual work to collaborative impact and collective responsibility for transformation. So I'm going to conclude. OOU has the capacity to be a catalyst for knowledge, innovation, and societal change. All we need to do is to be devoted from knowledge production to measurable impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate the Director of Research in Olabisi Onabanjo University? Thank you very much. Of course, the Vice Chancellor has just observed that some of us are dozing off already. With the exception of the principal officers here, and of course the deans and faculty, except they desire to do so, can you just rise? Let us rise. Let's all rise, with the exception of the principal officers and the except they so desire. Thank you very much. Let's stretch our various parts of our bodies. Thank you very much.
My dear colleagues, this is part of what we do in Senate. We encourage you to also do exercise, move around, and then stretch your leg. We usually have somebody to take us on this exercise section at Senate, one of the professors in education. But you can actually move around and then stretch your leg. You need that. Eh? You can well walk to the back and come back, please. Rather than stay in one place, allow blood to flow in your body. Just walk around. Leave the exact spot where you are. You can go to the come back and all that, and then make it easier for everybody. I'm not asking you to go out, please. That is what I'm afraid. I'm not asking you to go out. Some of you cannot even listen to simple instruction. So walk to the back does not mean you should go out. I'm watching all of you from here. I'm not looking at you. You are still standing on a single spot. Just walk around. You are not. That's not exercise. Walk around, stretch your leg.
Thank you very much. The next presentation will be coming from the Dean, Faculty of Clinical Sciences, Professor Tinuade Ogunlesi. His presentation will be on managing risk and wellness for academic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, maybe we should now be getting back to our various seats. Shall we return to our various seats now to listen to the Dean, Faculty of Clinical Sciences, for his presentation on managing risk and wellness for academic. Those of us that are still outside should please come in now. Once you get in early enough, we will invite our distinguished professor to the podium to give us the presentation on managing risk and wellness for academic. Amanda. Thank you very much. Of course, the presentation is coming at the right time when every one of us has been able to exercise parts of our bodies. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite the Dean Faculty of Clinical Sciences, Professor Tinuade Ogulesi, to please step forward, come to the podium and present and give his presentation on managing risk and wellness for academics. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate him? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Please permit me to adopt the protocol already established. I will be speaking on managing risk and wellness for academics. Interestingly, the VC has just done part of my job. And the lesson is, the older you are, the more risky, the more dangerous it is to sit for a long time. If that is one thing we'll take away from this meeting today, we will have done ourselves a lot of good. Now, why do we have to talk about this? The previous speakers have told us how we can be better teachers, better researchers. But my job is to add that whatever, irrespective of the skill you have as a teacher, as a researcher, one thing that may hinder you from performing optimally is poor health. So we have to look at what are the health risks of academics and what can we do about them. Next slide. So there's a problem of negative energy and low productivity. You are working, and it seems you are working uphill. You have many deadlines to meet, and you are probably stressed. The tendency is that your productivity will drop. And once it drops, you are no longer able to meet those deadlines. So why do we have to talk about all this? We have many destinies attached to us. Students we are to teach and mentor. And then our immediate society that we're expected to impact on. We can only do all this when we are in good shape health-wise. Next. So as academics, our profession confers a stereotypic lifestyle on us. We come to work, get to the office, prepare lecture slides, prepare exam materials, go to the class, give lectures, attend seminars, attend meetings, and that goes on over and over and over and over like that. This journey is not something that ends in 2 years or in 3 years. We are looking at 35 years on the average, depending on when you join the trail. So there's a need to remain adequately functional while you are still on the journey. And there's a stronger need to end that journey with a rich health reserve. Everybody aspires to retire in good health. We have to work towards it. You don't just earn it, you have to work towards it. So what are the demands in our profession? We prepare lecture slides, we teach, we mentor, we conduct research and write manuscripts, we attend meetings. Of course, some of us have consultancies and side hustles, many deadlines, many targets, and goals. All these can precipitate or can be subclassified into 4 domains. There's a physical aspect to it. If I have to deliver 2-hour lecture back to back for 2 different levels on a day, that is physical stress. Mental stress, I have to write my manuscript, so I have to do a lot of thinking. Emotional stress, maybe I couldn't make the last promotion and I've been down emotionally. Social aspect of it, perhaps my landlord is giving me stress at home. Perhaps my spouse is not happy with me. So we can put all this together against our primary duty of teaching and research. So you can see that all these other aspects are actually multiplying the stress coming with our primary duty. So that shows, no, not this one, before this one. Yes, all right. That shows a graphical representation of what we are actually contending with. You have at the background problems arising as a result of our job. A lot of physical stress, a lot of emotional stress, a lot of mental stress, a lot of social stress. Superimposed on that, you have 3 things. The effect of age. As you grow older, many health challenges will evolve. There is no magic that can stop it. Because as you grow older, your body wears and tears. Then the effect of genetics. That has to do with inheritance. If my father was hypertensive, I'm very likely to be hypertensive too. If my mother was diabetic, I'm highly likely to be diabetic too. So you have your job constituting some degree of risk, your age adding to that risk, and then your genetics, whatever disease pattern you are inheriting from your parents. And lastly, the effect of lifestyles. Some who smoke, some who drink alcohol, many other things like that. All these will add to the burden of health challenges. So this is a summary. Things that may arise as a result of our job: physical exhaustion, emotional stress, which may manifest in form of mood swings. This moment, you are very happy, you are elated. Before the close of work, you are feeling down. All these challenges can precipitate such. Then sedentariness, you have to sit for a long time. You either sit preparing slides or sit during meetings. Then you can imagine moving from departmental meeting to faculty meeting to one committee meeting in the university, spending like 6 hours in a day attending meetings. Sedentariness. Poor posture. Most seats in many offices were not designed to maintain good posture. And of course, if you've been sitting in that way for many years, of course, there's no way you won't have health challenges along your back. Long screen time. Everything now is virtual or electronic. We have to stare at the computer for many hours. That has its own challenges on our vision. And that is why it is recommended that when you sit with a screen, whether laptop or phone, and you are staring, when you have stared for up to 20 minutes, take off your gaze, look elsewhere, blink repeatedly, then you can come back. Dehydration. It's something we don't usually pay attention to. How many of us really take enough water per day? I will still tell us how much water we should take. But most of us don't, for many reasons. Either because clean water is not available, you have to buy, or you don't have good toilets, because the more water you drink, the more toilets visit you have to make. So those are factors that limit people in terms of hydration. The lack of time for medical checkup. I'm so busy. I have to give this lecture. I have to attend that meeting. I have to write this. I have to write that. You are feeling ill, but you don't want to go to the clinic because of all those commitments. That is another problem on its own. And I must say here that please, when you feel unwell, however negligible it is, or it may appear to you, go to the clinic. Don't consult Google. Google will confuse you, because Google is loaded to provide information from ordinary cold to cancer. So if you say, I have back pain, Google will give you everything that can give rise to back pain, whether it is relevant to your situation or not. And then you read that, and your head starts doing overheating, as mechanics will say. So please avoid Google. If you have a complaint, go and see a doctor. Burnout. Burnout is another problem we have as academics. Maybe 5 years ago, a work that 20 people used to do, because of JAPA, you only have 5 people left to do that same job. So people are overworked, and of course, that results in burnout. So what is wellness? It's a holistic approach to maintain health. The World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just the absence of disease and infirmity. Now they've added spiritual well-being. So it's physical, mental, social, and spiritual well-being. So wellness is a state, a positive state of functioning. You know you are functioning well. You sleep when you are supposed to sleep. You eat when you are supposed to eat. And after eating, you don't have any problems. You can think clearly. You can do everything well. That is positive functioning. So it's, of course, we'll still divide that like we did earlier on. The physical part, that's your body function. If you have headache today, toothache tomorrow, back pain next tomorrow, then something is wrong. Mental, how emotionally stable are you? Without mood swings, like I explained earlier on. Can you spend the whole day at work without experiencing mood swings? That's another part. Social, appropriate relationships. Do you have good relationship with your co-workers? Can you walk from one office into another one without hesitation? All these have effects on health. We may look at it as, you know, it's just they're just not in good terms. But beyond that, there's a way the brain affects your conduct, and a feedback Your conduct can also affect your brain. So it's very important. Healthful environment, access to clean air, clean water, good lighting. Next, approach to wellness. What is the approach? What should we do? The first thing is that we should make wellness a lifestyle. Awareness is the first step to caution. If you know the dangers lurking, you will know how to prevent it. But if you're not even aware, there's no how you prevent anything. So you have to be conscious of the risk and be aware of the possible solutions for the risk. And please, you have to be deliberate about addressing the risk. I know I have the risk for low back pain. I must make deliberate effort in preventing low back pain. Not like that. And please, when you have complaints, do not forget to give recognition to the likelihood of those three factors I mentioned: the age, the genetics, and lifestyle. If it is ordinary toothache that you have, look at it. Okay, it could be a disease, truly, but can it be because I'm getting older? If you have that mindset, then you will not be bothered too much about less harmful causes. In other words, we should not deny the fact that we'll be getting older with time. It is neither too early nor too late to start the journey of wellness. You can start anytime. Don't say because I'm just 25, what do I need it for? You need it so that as you move on, you get used to doing it. The first step is good nutrition, feeding well. You don't need to eat expensive food to feed well. Just anything, any combination that will give you calorie, protein, fat, that's all. It is better to eat like a king in the morning, like a prince in the afternoon, and then like a pauper in the evening. And there's a reason. Your metabolism goes down in the evening. So that is not the time to eat a bowl of inion with bush meat and no. That will do more harm. Such a thing should have been taken in the morning as your breakfast. Perhaps just one finger of banana with a few pieces of groundnut should do for dinner. Yes. So don't let us forget fruits and vegetables. Whatever fruit is in session, let us get accustomed to taking it. Whatever fruit is in session. White meat is also better, a lot better than red meat. So I'm recommending poultry. If you must take red meat, please take lean red meat. Lean red meat does not have much cholesterol. It is cholesterol that will damage the blood vessels in the body and cause all sorts of diseases. So I'm pleading that without damaging market for those who deal in it, that we should reduce the amount of beef we take. Beef. Let's reduce the amount of beef we take and take more of poultry. If we want to take red meat, let's take goat meat. Goat meat is lean enough. Of course, fish is also good, and egg. The saying many years ago used to be 1 apple a day keeps the doctor away. Now we have replaced that apple with egg. 1 egg a day keeps the doctor away. So 1 egg a day will also help. Hydration. And this has to be done with plain water, not juice, not tea, not coffee, plain water. We target 3.5 liters per day for men and 2.5 liters per day for women. 3.5 liters comes to 7 sachets of pure water. That is 4.5 of that. Yes, 4.5 of that. You need to take that much of water so that you can get rid of toxins which ordinarily will accumulate in your body. You have to remove those toxins by taking water. If you don't take a lot of water, your attention span will slow down. You won't be able to concentrate. You will start forgetting things, and then you start making mistakes at work. Ordinary water, just take adequate quantity of it, and you are fine. Then we should use the color of our urine as a guide. If you go to the toilet to pee, and your urine is looking dark yellow, it means you have not taken enough water. If you take enough water, your urine should be light yellow, very light yellow. So that's how to know. Physical activity exercise. Like I said, the VC helped me to do that part before he went out. The purpose of physical activity is to improve your cardiac reserve. That is, the ability of your heart to cope with stress. Some of us will climb the stairs in the Senate building from ground floor to the 3rd floor, and by the time you get to the 3rd floor, you are panting. Yes, it is normal to pant, but it is abnormal when you are halfway, you have to stop and rest. It is also abnormal that after getting to the 3rd floor, you continue panting for several minutes. The panting should not be prolonged. So if you're able to do that repeatedly, it trains your heart to accommodate stress. That is the purpose of physical activity. After 2 hours of sitting, we encourage people to walk around for up to 10 minutes. My colleagues here will bear me witness. We lost a professor of medicine to prolonged sitting in January. She traveled from Abeokuta to Asaba. And she got to Asaba 12 midday. And by 8 p.m., she was gone. That's the effect of prolonged sitting. Yes. So, on a weekly basis, it is recommended that you should do brisk walking. Brisk walking. 30 minutes every day, or 1 hour every other day. Or if you want to use the modern apps, take 10,000 steps every day. You may engage in cycling if you have the facilities. Like I said, use the stairs instead of the lift. Aerobics are good. Jump up, jump down, stretch, this, that. Very good. But they become risky when you are old. One, you are likely to have an underlying heart disease that you don't know. That is why people will be on the pitch. They are exercising, and all of a sudden, they slump and they go. The likelihood is that they have underlying heart disease. The other likelihood is that when you are old, you are predisposed to what we call slip disc. The disc on your spine may easily come off to a side, and that is what gives low back pain that will be there for many years. So if you are above 40, take it easy with aerobics. I'm not saying you shouldn't do aerobics, but please take precaution. Adequate sleep. There is something we call sleep deprivation. You are supposed to sleep as an adult for 7 to 8 hours. If you are short of that repeatedly, consecutively, today you can't sleep more than 3 hours. Tomorrow you can only make 2 hours. Next tomorrow you can only make 4 hours. It causes what we call sleep deprivation syndrome. And the biggest, should I say the biggest victim of that will be our own kind of work. You start feeling groggy at work, you can't concentrate, you can't pay attention. So how do you want to teach? It's impossible. So we need to take adequate sleep. So we must practice what we call sleep hygiene. What are the things to do? If you have a television set in your bedroom, go and remove it. Avoid screen, anything screen. Avoid it when you are ready to sleep. If you plan to sleep at 10, by 9, make sure you are in the bed. Have enough time to settle in on your bed, and then you can sleep off. Do not go to bed within 2 hours of meal. You have just finished eating, and next thing, you're in the bed sleeping. It is risky. You can regurgitate what is in your stomach. So, you don't go to bed within 2 hours of a meal. And practice minimal water intake after 6 p.m. The more water you take after 6 p.m., the more you are likely to pee. And every time you wake up to go to the toilet to pee, you interrupt your sleep. So if you don't want your sleep interrupted, make sure you stop drinking at 6 p.m. If you drink anything after 6 p.m., maybe a glass of water, that is safe enough. Then deliberate relaxation. That word deliberate is actually deliberate, because I know that as academics, we don't relax. We don't. But we have to make conscious effort to do so. Because when you are not relaxed, some hormones will be produced in your body, and they are harmful. They are harmful to the body. But they are the response of the body to the fact that you are not relaxed. This man, relax now, you know. So, be deliberate about relaxation. Do not miss leisure times. Do not miss leisure times. When you come back from work, stroll on the street, greet your neighbors, exchange greetings, you know, it's part of relaxation. Do not skip your annual leave. Yes. Do not skip your annual leave. Part of relaxation is to watch movies. You don't have to go to the cinema now. You have movies on your phone. So just lie on your bed and watch movies. It's part of relaxation. Health monitoring. Please go to the clinic if you have a complaint. Please. Let them examine your eye. Let them check your BP, your glucose, your cholesterol. And the females should start doing self-examination of their breasts. That is the most cost-effective method of preventing breast cancer. Natural supplements I'm sure we are familiar with all this. Moringa, ginger, turmeric, cinnamon, garlic, bitter cola, lime, lemon, aloe vera. They are available around us. Let's cultivate the habit of taking them. Time would not permit me to go into why we should take each of these, but just believe me, they are very beneficial. Things to avoid. Tobacco, we should avoid that. Excess salt, we should avoid that. Well, we can reduce sugar, reduce carbonated drinks, reduce processed meat, particularly hot dogs that we all eat these days. And please, avoid self-medication. So you identify stressors around you, what may be stressing you. Make sure you identify it. And once you're able to identify it, you avoid it. It is good to accommodate requests. Please let me do this. Please let me read this. Please let me do that. But learn to say no. When you cannot cope, say no. Recognize burnout in yourself. When you are no longer interested in what you do, that is burnout setting in. Please be positive, be friendly, be playful, be prayerful, and be forgiving. They all have their advantages on our well-being. And lastly, learn to say, Q, sera, sera. What will be, will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a beautiful presentation from the Dean Faculty of Clinical Sciences, Professor Tinuade Ogunlesi. Of course, it's on managing risk and wellness for academic. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite the Director of Linkages and Partnership in Olabisi Onabanjo University, Professor Joseph Senu Ashidi, to please step forward and give us his presentation on grant writing, grantmanship, and interdisciplinary approaches. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to uphold the earlier established protocol while looking at the topic before me, grant writing and grantmanship. You can hear. I said that, okay, I said I'm happy to talk about grant writing and grantmanship, particularly the interdisciplinary approaches to it. Well, for the sake of time, I may not be able to do a complete justice to all of this, and that's why the email is there. You can as well get in touch for further explanation on some of the issues I'll be raising here. Grant writing, as we all know, is one of the core duties that we have as academics if we seek to actually be the kind of researcher, the academic of notes that we ought to be in this century. And particularly university that was initially viewed as ivory tower is no longer an ivory tower. It's supposed to be a center of innovation. It's supposed to be a healthy blend of town and gown to actually initiate development in the society. Professor Aborishade earlier mentioned to us the significance of community-led research innovation that can really bat development in our society. And if this will be, it therefore shows that our duty is not about contribution to number of pages of research articles alone, but to be involved in impact-driven research that are actually measurable in the society. Grant writing is a structured process of developing and submitting a proposal to secure funding for research innovation or capacity building projects. Also, another keyword in the topic given to me is grantmanship. Grantmanship goes beyond writing. It is the art, the science, and the strategy of identifying funding opportunities, building collaborations, designing fundable projects, and managing funded research effectively. By this I mean, our eyes must actually be on in the society. And also, these days that the social media is actually clustered with lots of information that are quite relevant to grantmanship, and also the announcement of the same. Even in the uncommon area, unexpected area, you see announcements coming up. Government, industries, and even the universities are actually coming together these days to partner together in order to be able to deliver the solution that our world needs today. I'll tell you that the government is rolling out funds. State Fund is doing excellently well. Kudos to our union that actually engage the government in this regard, that the government see reason to give substantial amount of money to drive research in the nation. And not just that, the industries are there also supporting research, and they have grants available to be able to drive research in this direction. And therefore, we cannot sit within the four walls of the university alone. We must be reaching out. We must be checking up what we have out there that can actually benefit our research strides. And beyond that, building collaboration, because an individual cannot do it alone. Gone are the days when one person is seated in the department and would not want others in the department to even know what he's doing. Only when promotion comes and then they bring up paper. No, it shouldn't be. The research collaboration first within the department are also extended to faculties within the college and the university, even crossing the border of the university to other institutions and also the industry and government as well, in order to have a well-articulated solution that our society needs today. Designing such projects, therefore, requires some expertise, and some guides concerning this will also be highlighted in this talk. Also, I've mentioned partially the issue of interdisciplinarity, which is actually the very core of this talk. Interdisciplinary research integrates knowledge, methods, perspectives from multiple disciplines to address complex problems. And that is the in thing today. That is what funders of research proposals are actually looking for. They are not looking for a solution that will just address parts of the problem. They want something that is total, something that is holistic. And for us to do that, it requires different disciplines coming together to look at the problem. And this is very key to our discussion this afternoon. Why interdisciplinary grants matter? One, the complexity of global challenges. The challenges are numerous, and the authorities, even within the UN, they have all come to terms with some ailing challenges that is facing our world today. And they broadly categorize all of this into what they call sustainable development goals. They identify all of these problems and said, number one of the problem, which we can all identify with, they said that one is no poverty. And we know we are all faced with poverty. In our union, we say that our take home could not take us home. Of course, it's a slogan everywhere. And when we compare our take as researcher, it's one of the things that is making us to lose focus on the core area of research today. People are looking for other business opportunities to add to what they are doing as academics, and these are more or less distractions. But again, problems in this area is not limited to us alone. Challenge of poverty is all over the place. An average Nigerian, except from for some privileged few, that when you see them, the thing is almost written on their faces. Apart from that, we say zero hunger, which is the SDG 2. And SDG 3, we talk about good health and well-being. And we talk about the SDG 4. When you look at the SDG 4, it's talking about quality education. All of these, even up to the one which is number 17, which is partnership for the goals. Time will fail me to go over all of these sustainable development goals. And that is telling us of the complexity of these challenges. And if we are going to address it, it's not what a single department can actually think that what they are cut out to do, to research on in that department, can deliver the benefit that the world is, the society is actually looking for. If we are going to engage in impact-driven research, that the world will be able to say, now we have delivered the solution, then it requires interdisciplinary approach. The health crisis I've mentioned, for instance, will require a microbiologist, a data scientist, and a social scientist to look at it, so that they are all looking at it from different angles. And looking at it from different angles, they will have different perspectives. And all of this, they are thinking the problem in the eye of the society. At the end of the day, what we come out with will be a solution that they desire. Climate issues are there, and also institutional visibility and ranking. Grant matters will really affect this. I'll tell you that when you look at our ranking today, incidentally, we just finished one recently. And we had to struggle and then requested people to submit this. Why? Because we are looking for the citation index, we are looking for the H10 index, the H index, the I10 index. We are looking for all of these things to be able to populate the form that we had to submit for such ranking. But can I tell you, if we are all well cited, it will be great. But in most cases, papers that are well cited today are not those ones that an individual publishes. It is something that is cross-sectional. It is something that is multidisciplinary. And then you will see people bringing in their ideas and not integrating all of that in addressing the problem. It will be relevant to almost all sectors that had actually contributed to that. And so such papers will be highly cited. And I cannot advise my distinguished colleagues here. Well, they said this is for early career, and I think it's for generally for all. It's a piece of advice. Let's engage more
in collaborative research. Let's engage more in fact, even get across your faculty to other faculties. When people are delivering like maybe a seminar over there in social sciences, nothing tells you that you, as a core physicist, you cannot find relevance there. Be there and be able to look at the problem they are looking at and see where physics can offer the solution. And all of these things, bringing agriculture and technology together, we talk about agri-tech today. And there are a lot of things that we can actually do together. I wish that we have all the luxury of time, that I can just pause here under this lecture and say the Sustainable Development Goal 1 to 17, they are this. Your interest. If your interest is in this area, solving problems related, you come to this side. And then we divide ourselves into a cross-section of 17 different clusters here. And people given opportunity to interact and find out presently in our society, what is the problem in this area? What kind of solution can we, I'm telling you that it will amaze you the kind of solution that will be coming from our institution addressing the problem, that's what I call a air on fire kind of problem, that any funder will be willing to immediately release funds to be able to address. Not only that, while interdisciplinary grant matters again, higher funding success rate comes to interdisciplinary proposal. Interdisciplinary proposals often demonstrate broader impact, attract larger funding pools, and align with global development goals that I've mentioned before. Innovation potentials is quite high in such kind of research. So breakthrough often occur at the intersections of discipline. Because people have been looking, they are so myopic the way they are looking at it before. They've not been looking at the other side of the coin. But somebody coming over saying, no, this is what we are calling this other way it can be. And that can actually solve a greater problem. Now, the core elements of winning grant proposal. I said here, we have clear problem statements. We have strong research questions and objectives. We have methodology. But all of these put together must be smart. One, clear problem statement. We must be quite exact about what the problem is. Define the issue precisely. Don't be ambiguous. What the problem is, relate with the problem. Let the problem be quite clear to whoever is reading about it. Let it not be that something you are just concocting. It could be in the news, everywhere in the society. It's something that people can relate with. Therefore, define the issue how precisely. Show its relevance locally. Show its relevance globally. When the Vice Chancellor was writing a proposal for the World Bank at the time, and we were looking for the most current statistics about the issue of cancer. And when you are doing it, I think we were doing that around year 2021 or thereabout. At that time, we were giving the statistics as at that particular month. So it shows the relevance of it, so that the people to review the grant, they will be able to know that these people, they know what the problem is actually about, not quoting something that is completely obsolete. If we do that, we are shooting ourselves in the leg. Use data to justify the urgency. Don't just say something that appears very sweepy. Say something that you can back up with data. When you bring up such data and say that, well, the United Nations said by the year 2020 or 2050, half of the population of the world would have died as a result of this disease if nothing is done about it. Who will read that and not be afraid? The funder himself will know that this thing requires urgent, but then don't just say it, don't just cook it up. Establish it with data. Cite appropriate authority to really confirm that that statement was actually true. Not only that, strong research. Let me go to methodology. The methodology you are going to use should not be esoteric. It must be clearly described. The interdisciplinary integration must also be explicit. It's not just to gather people together. They said it should be multidisciplinary. Okay, from Yoruba come, from Agri come, from this. No. It must be integrative. It must come out of clear analysis of what the problem is and the possible solution to it. It is that that will drive, okay, who comes to this, who comes to that, who comes to that, so that everyone can look at the problem in such objective way. Not only that, feasible within timeline and budget. Majority of time, because we want to impress the funder, we are requesting for this, and that time that you say you want to do the work, an expert in the field will know that it's not possible for you to accomplish that task at that time. And with the amount of money that you claim you want to use to, people know that, no, with this money, you cannot, there's no way you'll be able to do half of what you said you are going to do. So it's not about a national cake or a global cake somewhere that everybody should just go and cut his own. No, it's not just a lend out for anybody. It's called a grant. And therefore, we must take that very seriously. Strong research, question objective, smart questions, it must be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant. And when I say relevant, I mean it must align with the funding priorities. Every grant call has a specific goal. It has the objective that it wants to achieve. They don't just set it up just for setting it up sake. There is grant for climate change. And so somebody cannot come up now and say, well, this one is this area. It relates to it a little bit. No, it must address the core challenge in that particular area. So, as I said again, that must be smart. And if it's smart, specific, who, what, where, which, and why must be addressed. And if we say it's measurable, then you can't improve what you didn't measure. It's important you look at that. So it must be challenging as well, which means, all right, it must be challenging as well. I said it's achievable, challenging, but not impossible. Again, for the relevance, which I've mentioned, it must align with the funder's priority. And time, I've mentioned to us before, the importance of timing in our research proposal writing. Another thing is the literature review. It must demonstrate clear knowledge gap. If you do literature review hastily or is so hazy, it's not going to really bring up what the problems are. You may end up realizing that what you are proposing to solve, some people have solved that problem already. And that's why detailed literature review must be done in order to be able to identify the gap in the area. And of course, it must be novel to be funded. If it is not novel, no one will be ready to just waste his fund on things that are known already. Expected outcomes and the impact must also be very clear. As academics, it must end up in publications. It must end up in patents. And that patent is very, very significant. And let me quickly say this here, since we are all here as colleagues. I've witnessed a couple of post-field seminars that our colleagues will give, and then you will see some potential things there. But people, this PG school need to look at that again. When postgraduate school is saying they must publish this before they graduate, some of these findings could be so notable that it must end in patents before you talk about, because if you publish it already, it's not possible for you to process patents for that findings again. So please, the PG school will need to look inward again and look at some exemptions for such innovative findings that are translatable into meaningful patents in the university, so that our records of patents in the university can begin to go up. Not only that, societal policy influence and community benefit will also be there. Budget and justification, realistic, it must be transparent, it aligns with the cost activities. In doing our budget, it's not something that somebody in my department, for instance, plant science, and then we say, well, this is the proposal, and we sit alone to do our budget. We will miss it most times. We need to consult experts. We need to, and I must tell you that even the university, we have grant management office. Not known to me, but it's there. It's there, the grant management office, and we have a very strong tie with the bursary department. The bursary unit gave us one of the very astute accountants there, chartered accountant, looking at, in fact, dedicated for the course of reviewing grants budgets alone. But incidentally, we have not been receiving much from there. But what we are saying is that if we just submit like that, especially for external grant, not the regular IBR grant that is almost taken for granted that to be given to you. So far, you don't go beyond the upper the limit for it. So please, let's explore the possibility of using this. Team composition, complementary expertise, evidence of collaboration must be there. When we talk about evidence of collaboration at local level, at the international level for international grants, you must put all of this there. At times it will require you getting their consent, adding it to it. They need to see it's evidence-based grant review. If those things are not included, I just say, well, I have a friend in Massachusetts. That's not before them. Where is the evidence? Is there any letter to really say that they're ready to support that particular proposal? And all of that matters. Well, as I talk about this, the thought of this woman came to mind, Professor Regina Bendis of the Department of Cultural Anthropology, European Ethnology at the University of Göttingen in Germany. She said, interdisciplinary collaboration is a sensible approach for addressing complex problems. That's the only approach, and that's the only sensible approach. To do anything otherwise shows that it's barely senseless. Therefore, building the right team matters. Identify collaborators across faculties, as I've mentioned before, and all of this will really deliver the good. Different disciplines have their language. Therefore, developing a shared language matters so that everybody can relate with it. Don't be too verbose in what you are writing. It's not a place to demonstrate vocabulary. There is a language, in fact, there is a language for proposal writing, which must be simple enough for anybody to understand. Dr. Olurinola mentioned before that if you cannot explain it to a 5-year-old, then who told you that all the people there had gone through all that we have done before? So avoid the jargons that are only relating to your field alone. Those things are regarded as jargon. Nobody will understand. Ensure clarity across field, that everybody will be able to understand you. Again, the integrating methods combine qualitative and quantitative approaches. Use mixed methods where necessary. To align with goals, ensure all disciplines contribute meaningfully. Again, I put this one in red. Avoid token collaboration. Oh, they said we should do. Prof, please put me also there. And you are there. Redundancy. You are there, not contributing anything. Only for name to feature that you have also won grant before, or you to appear in the publication. Avoid such token collaboration. Leveraging institutional strength. use existing centers and laboratories, build on previous research successes. When we do that, you are not just coming up with something, what you have not been doing at all before, that's what you are writing. No, build a portfolio, build a profile that leads to that, and people will be convinced you have what it takes to deliver in that field. Well, few sources of research funding. I don't think to spend much time here. Professor Aburishade already mentioned this. State Fund, National Research Fund, the industries, the public-private partnership, all of this can actually be explored for grants. The good news is that we can all do it. The only thing is that when we conceive the idea, start small and then grow big. Those who are very big giants in the area of winning grants today, they started somewhere. So we can actually do it. Our institution can begin to turn out tons and tons of grants at the end of the day that we can also profile on our website. We have this, we have that. But if all of us here collectively relate with this and say that we are going to do it, collaborate strategically, partner with experienced grant holders. Don't just say, well, no, I don't like his face. No. The fact that is there, top in the winning race, then you can actually go and be a mentor under such, because the end is actually your goal. Engage international collaborators too. Attend international conferences. That's where you meet some of them. Some of them, you may not, in fact, when you have been reading articles, you see email of correspondence there. You can write them. Write such people. Oh, I've read so much about your work and I'm interested. It will shock you. Some of them can invite you over to come and spend maybe some months in their research lab. That happened to me. My 2 months in Germany was because a professor over there saw the work I did and said, oh, do you mind looking at your work in this area, and invited me over to German Cancer Research Center for 2 months, all gratis. And it was because, of course, I was also willing to partner with the person. So practical strategies for successful grantmanship. Number one, study the funders carefully, maintain a research portfolio, develop proposal writing skills. Well, all of those ones are there. I don't want to, because of time. What are the pitfalls to avoid? One, poorly defined research problem, avoid it. Weak methodology, avoid it. Lack of interdisciplinary clarity, please avoid it. Unrealistic budget, to be avoided. The guidelines, if you ignore guidelines for the grant and they say that maybe 5,000 words, and your own is 5,001, you are failed already. All of those things matter. Submitting late also should be avoided. Institutional role in all of this, supporting grantmanship. As a university, I'm happy the frontline leaders of the university, leaders of thought in the universities are here. One, we have been doing some excellently. Provide frequent grant writing training, and that's what we are doing right now. Strengthening research support offices. The Vice Chancellor has been doing that. Facilitate wider collaboration. Of course, you know, that's one of the things we are doing in my office. And if you need support in that regard, please do well to contact us. We are open to collaboration, both within and outside. We offer seed funding. That's where, well, as God prospered the university, the area of seed funding can actually be looked into, not just the IBR and the NRF. The Senate Research Grant, as it used to be, all of those things can be restored. Recognize and reward grant sources. And I think we applaud the efforts of the Director of Research and the management in really promoting this first among the students now, and of course that will escalate and touch everywhere. In conclusion, the future of academia belongs to those who can think beyond their discipline, collaborate effectively, compete globally for research funding, and I would say that grant writing is a skill. Grantmanship is a culture. Interdisciplinarity is the pathway to relevance. Let us therefore position ourselves not just as academics, but as solution providers in a rapidly changing world. The challenge is this. Today, identify at least one interdisciplinary collaborator this month. This month is few days away. If you cannot succeed with it in April, in the month of May, ensure you are able to secure one. Explore one funding opportunity within the next quarter. And then begin drafting, not someday, but now. If we come together and we start, within the next few months, it remains for the year to end, you can be sure that we can all be coming with the trophy of grants submitted and successfully won. So because in research funding, opportunity really waits for preparation. It only rewards it. Thank you for your listening attention.
Thank you very much. That's a beautiful presentation from the Director of Linkages and Partnership, Professor J.S. Ashidi. Can we appreciate him once again? Thank you very much. Now we'll be leaving this hall by 4 o'clock on the dot. So we'll be entertaining questions now. Once you have questions, you raise up your hands and we recognize you. You come forward and ask your question. It starts now. When you get here, introduce yourself. You are so and so, then from so department. 1, that's the first question. 2, any other person? Of course, start coming, my John. Thank you very much. 3.
Thank you, the Vice Chancellor. I must say that this program has been wonderful. Just like the fried rice that, the jollof rice that we are eating, it is well spiced. And I'm happy to have learned from our professors. In fact, the last time I had this kind of opportunity
Your name,
was Ifeoluwa Oluyimide
from which
Educational
department?
Foundations and Counseling Department, Faculty of Education. So the last time I had this opportunity was in Kenya when we went for a training. So my question is in form of suggestion to the Vice Chancellor, sir. As a continuum to the workshop, the last professor that spoke said, grant writing is a skill and grantmanship is a culture. So I want to see if there is a way, sir. Maybe we can have a kind of competition among new staff where we can come up with an innovative idea, especially for those in sciences. So if there is any set of group that actually came up with a lofty idea, if there is a way we can work with the grant resource, I don't know, or grant unit of the university to be encouraged, then we are mentored, yes, to write to the right channel to get grants for that project. Or if there is a kind of small grant, maybe 1 million naira or 1.5 million naira, we have a kind of interdepartmental grant activity where myself in education can work with someone in sciences. In fact, it can be limited to Agowe community. Maybe 1 million 5, 2 million naira to do something. So as at the time we are having this kind of activity wellness, we can say this is the outcome of what we did pertaining to one of our lectures on grant writing. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Question, please.
Thank you very much, the Vice Chancellor and the principal officers, the presenters. I also enjoyed the presentation, and I would like to ask, my name
Can
is...
we know you, please?
Yes, my name is Oluwafemi Gabriel Oluwole. So I enjoyed the flip classroom lecture very well. My question is that, is the university ready for that? I mean, the workspace, the infrastructures that support the flip classroom. Are we ready for that? And also, is the university rewarding impactful teaching as the way it should be? Then, in terms of misconduct, I also have a question. Is this scenario a misconduct? You have you did a course, I mean, the student did your course, and then there was a massive failure. And then the department decided that they should all be upgraded. Is that a misconduct or a generous thing?
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Abiodun Ogunla, Psychology Department. For those of us who are senior lecturers and below, we might have been accustomed to some of this training or this AI and tech stuff for a while, and we are trying to bring it. How do you handle bringing up some of these tech ideas to our senior professors who we are paired with, so that the class can have a seamless flow without it looking archaic? Because if you are bringing up the STEM ideas, Google, AI, and they are not in the same stream as that, they will be looking as if you are having a conflict of teaching methods, particularly if they are not on the same page with you. I will also suggest, humbly, if this kind of training can also be conducted for people in professorial cadre, so that all of us can be on the same page. Because if younger people are speaking about AI and older professors within the system are not within the same place, we can always have diversions of opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate those that have come forward here to ask these beautiful questions? So on this note, I want to invite the Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Ayodeji Olayinka Johnson Agbola, to come to the podium, sir, and give necessary attention to this question. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate him? Of course, we don't want to disturb our distinguished scholars here. The Vice Chancellor will do justice to the three questions. Thank you very much.
I don't know why Dr. Balogu want me to answer a question for lecture that I did not deliver. The facilitators are here, and yet I'm the one to answer all the questions. I will try my best. But if let me start with the first question. If I've been reading the platform or what they send out by the research directorate that's asking for the ideas even from the students, talk less of our colleagues, that universities will support you if we can get an innovative idea to the extent of making it a start for you. That is the position of the university. Secondly, we are also doing, I mentioned it earlier, that from May, you must have seen that circular as well, asking the department, the faculty, to also compete. And then by June 2nd or 3rd, we are going to meet at the university level to select the best and then give an award. That's to tell you that we are serious about what we are talking about. Such a way that, apart from TED funds, the one you are asking for is student-based TED fund, IBR, will give you 1.5 million you are talking about. And the money is there. If you apply, you'll be given. The IBR is there, and then the time of NRF is also there for all of us to compete. Okay, the second question, I think it boils down to ethics. If you're interested in flip method, you're also interested in knowing if a student, there's a mass failure. I like that word. There's a mass failure in the class that you taught. You're also a failure. That is what you don't understand. When Professor Edun was delivering this lecture, he made mention of context, content, and what? Because we are all listening now. I listen to everything. And I even have an outcome. And he told us here that you are teaching in a class. They don't even know what your students is gaining. You are just rolling in out to go to class to say you are teaching, and the student does not even understand anything. But if they do, you ask questions and there will be mass failure in the class. So what it implies is that you yourself have not taught anything in the class. If you have done that, using if you listen to Dr. President Edu very well, you will go to flips. You will take the aspects that are very unique for your lecture. What you're supposed to do to make the students to understand your lecture. Not that you just want to bombard them with so many things. If you give them what they need to know and they understand, there's no way you ask questions and the student will not understand. Even mentioned it here, that whatever student participated in the class, it is very rare for you to ask that same question in an exam and the student will fail. So which means you yourself have not imparted any knowledge. If you have done so, you have a mass failure. Now let me now answer the second question there. If the department says there's a mass failure, and they said, let us upgrade, and the departmental examination committee, they only help you if you don't know. They only help you. That's the truth. If you have followed the university law very well, that's why I always like us. Because we have mentioned it. You don't read the law halfway. We've said everything to everybody in our portal. The condition of service, the code of conduct, you have all of them. The edit is there. By 8 weeks, you are expected to have submitted your questions. And this week is the 8 weeks. How many of you have submitted your questions? And this is the 8 weeks. And the reasons are there why you need to submit your questions latest by the end of 8 weeks. It's for the department, that departmental board of examiner you are referring to help you look at those things you are talking about. Your marking guide, the question you are talking about, do you even cover the syllabus? That same department also wants to safeguard the issue of mass failure by insisting that at least 2 people must teach a course. But when you are the Alpha and Omega, there will be mass failure. You know, when Prof was talking, he said we underreported the issue of ethics. even in this university, as at this morning, a department in the Faculty of Arts, because there's no way they are not going to have a mass failure in that department the way I'm talking. The CA, they have not done it now. But they are asking the students that bought those books to bring the receipts, and the course lecturer is signing at the back of it for you to group them into CA. How the group to CA. I have the old information in my laptop here. This phone. That is as at this morning. Now, and this is a 400 level course. Some of them are insisting they are not going to buy. That is the beginning of that corruption we are talking about. So when they now fail, that's why I said the department only help you. But I said, let's give them their upgrade. But if you look at it critically, there's no way you can upgrade in an examination. You know why people say that? That is how, I know those people in pharmacy are here. That was how pharmacy people put themselves into trouble during the last section. Because if you follow what the law says, you will see that it's not easy to upgrade. When you send a question, there's a marking guide there. If a student write this, it's 1 mark, 2 marks, 3 marks. And then you sum everything to get the mark. There's no bulk marking. And that is 70 marks. So the only place where you can do your upgrading is your CA. Is that not? There's no mark for attendance. Stop deceiving yourself, because there's no where you put it there. CA, attendance is not CA. So it doesn't have mark. Now, when you look at that CA, when they are trying to upgrade, I'm happy the DBC account is here. We look at the result of that pharmacy, and they put themselves into trouble. Then they now have CA. Students now started getting more than 30. And CA, so that they can pass. And then what you also don't understand is that same CA you are talking about, it's not easy. That's why we are doing all this training. So that when you yourself teach the students, they will do well. We are not saying everybody should pass, but there cannot be mass failure in a class. It's not possible. And that is why the senior ones that are experienced will tell you it's not possible to have a mass failure. And that's why we always talk about let us upgrade, so that we will not go and disgrace ourselves openly. But in the course of doing that, when you get to CPD, I'll also give you another example. Anytime we see 40 dots, we know that that student did not pass. And that was the case of zoology that happened that time. And the HOD was telling us, said it, I can prove it. We'll be happy for you to prove it. Bring all the script, let us see and prove it for us. Because it's not possible for you to prove. It's about experience. And behold, when you have the marking guide, you will see the truth there. And so if a student is getting 10/70, 9/70, what kind of upgrading you want to do that will make that student pass? The student getting 30/30 in the CA. And what they imply is that if a student can get 20/25 in CA, that is a decision student. It cannot suddenly become a very weak student in examination hall. You should know that we are dealing with people that also have experience. We did not just become professors overnight. They know the truth. They see it. You say somebody is a very brilliant student, excellent student, 25/30. And all of a sudden, in the exam, is getting 50/70. Then we know something is wrong somewhere. And that is why we ask you, go and bring those CA, you want to see it. So if you have a mind of failing students, and you think you go scot-free, it will not happen again. Most of the actions of this management is prevention. And that's why we are teaching you to actually see that you cannot go through that route where you set questions. It's also happened in science, where you set questions with the hope of making sure that there's a mass failure. It's not hearsay. We were there together. I called the departmental meeting. All of them were there. And one of them said, my conscience cannot take it. So person will be telling me that this is the way to make money here. That these are facts. That I cannot be teaching you how to fish. You must fish for yourself. And that the way to do it is that to set questions that will be very hard, that all of them will fail. Such a way they will come and negotiate. It was said openly. And I know some of them, the members of those the department are here. And I asked one of the professors in that department, is that true? The professor told me in that place openly, the professor said, Sir Vice Chancellor, we are not just hearing it for the first time. I took time to share the question. So even me as a professor, I will sweat to answer those questions. So me as a professor, who supervised this person's PhD? I will sweat to answer those questions. Now tell me, if they have a mass failure in the class, who is to blame? Is it the student or the department that did the upgrading or the person that did the damage? So when I have all this scenario, we then thought at the management meeting that the best thing is for us to come and teach. Because it is common among the earlier career. That is the truth. They want to make money very fast. They want to ride big cars. They kept on telling the senior people, we cannot live this type of life you are living here. And that's why I said, we must start with academic culture and professional ethics. And in list to all those things, every topic that we decided to come and take today has background information. Again, let me take the third one. I know there's a gap. And that's why I started by saying that by Thursday, the university will look at the AI policy. There are so many policies that we are looking at now. Universities have thought about teaching policy. We have taken it to Senate, Senate have approved that. So about 3 or 4 policies are going to Senate on Thursday, because we are actually talking about student governance. When we then have that policy, we will come back. Of course, tomorrow, we are going to teach, the way we are going to teach the earlier career on AI is quite different from the way we are going to teach the professors on AI. There are 2 different issues. Okay? And that is why because we believe that once we have that policy, there's a gap. Of course, even it's not about AI alone. The use of technology. Early we will see early career that will not know how to make use of a laptop or do a PowerPoint. But there's still no professor that will still look for somebody to help me to open his laptop and type. There are some of them that they don't even have laptop as we speak. I know them. When we were doing module 7 training, Abi, when we were doing module 7 training, the things are laughing. I know 2 or 3 professors that is asking Ibolowa no So, so, but there are different categories. So that's why I said the way we are going to train them is also going to be different because they are also supervising the PhD students, the master students that are just say like all of you seated here, and just go and copy AI generated thesis. So we'll look at all those things separately. I'll be able to achieve all that thing. The bottom line of all we are doing is to improve our academic culture, is to improve how we are going to see ourselves as academics, as a scholar. All of you here, you want to become professor tomorrow. Okay? We are only training you how to become an international professor. What is it expected of me as a professor? Mirror that. That is the only way you understand what we are doing. Mirror it and see yourself in the position of a professor. If I get there, what am I going to be doing? And that is the basis of all the training that we are all doing. So that in the next 5 years, I can look back, or 6 years, when we are celebrating another vice chancellor, I want to come after the next one. I can come back and say, oh, at least majority of you seated here would have been, if in the next 6 years, if I get this promotion as I went due 3 years, a senior lecturer would have been a professor by that time. Do you understand? That's where we are going. We are looking at the future. We are not talking about what is going to happen tomorrow. No. We look far. I want to see this university going beyond the issue of this 4 walls of classrooms. We want to be what our forefathers want us to be. The state should not be able to breathe without looking at us. And we can only do that if we make ourselves relevant. That is many policy they want to take decision on, go to OOU. You get empirical data. And that is where we are going, and God will help us.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Can we put our hands together to appreciate the Vice Chancellor of this great university once again? We are not expected to leave this hall now. That's the instruction from the Vice Chancellor, please. Remain where you are. That's the instruction from him and other members of the university management. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you have this information for tomorrow. You are expected to be in the hall here by 11 o'clock, and we'll be having several presentations by our distinguished scholars in our midst. To start with is the Emeritus Professor Adetola Olatunji, who will be talking on academic mentorship, goals, and implementation. Professor Najim A. Babarinde, as the Director of Academic Planning of this great university, will be having his presentation on teaching the 21st century skills in the university. Also, the Director of Quality Assurance, Professor Ayodeji Ifegbeson, will equally be giving his presentation on quality assurance in the university system. Not leaving behind the acting head of the Department of Mass Communication, Dr. Semiu Bello, presenting his own a lecture on attitude and relationship as strategic tools for impact. The last but not the least person we are expecting tomorrow is Dr. Sekinat Folorunsho, who will be dwelling in AI and digital community. Can we put our hands together for the management of this great university for putting this kind of program together? May I now invite the Deputy Chancellor Administration, Professor Dipo Olubomeyin, to please step forward and give you the vote of thanks on behalf of the university management. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate him? Thank you very much.
I want to thank all of us, dear colleagues who have come from our campuses in Ayetoro, Ibogo, and Shagamu, and even those in Agog who are here. We thank you for your time. I also want to take this time to appreciate our deans, the provost of the PG school, and members of Senate that are here, as well as the Vice Chancellor's team, that's the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, and the boss who was here earlier on, as well as the University Librarian. And then finally, I must thank the resource persons for very engaging and very insightful sessions that we have had. We really enjoyed those sessions, and we must thank you so very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you so very much. Tomorrow we continue at 11 a.m., and we hope to see you. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Please, no moving out. We stay where you are now as we stand and remain standing as we recite the national anthem to formally declare the program closed. Stay where you are now. Rise as we recite the national anthem. Please, can we rise, please? Thank you very much. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Those pride and tongue may deliver, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria's old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Thank you very much. We'll be having group photograph with the management of this great university now in phases. The first one will be the Vice Chancellor with the deans, provosts and deans and directors. Please come forward. Secondly, we'll have group photograph with every member that is present here today. So once you leave, you might not be captured. Come forward here immediately after we have the photograph of the management and the deans. Thank